I'll give it just another minute here. I think she's collecting signatures for the citizens. You ready? Electrical engineer. All right, folks, time is now 6:30. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have full council here tonight. Please excuse our mess. We're cleaning up with a little bit of aftermath of the Snowvid 21 from City Hall, and we'll be giving an update on that a little bit later on in the meeting. So with that, would you please rise for the communication?
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for allowing us to gather here tonight to vote on items that are of importance to our city. Please give us the guidance and the wisdom to make wise decisions for our citizens here in Cibolo. Dear Lord, we pray for everyone who was affected by the weather incidents and the freezing and the electrical issues that we had 2 weeks ago, Lord. Please also allow us to be able to repair and replace all of the issues that we've suffered through. Please also look after our first responders and our men and women in uniform, Lord, as they look after us to serve and protect Cibolo citizens. In Jesus Christ's name we pray, amen.
Amen. And now tonight we have a special presenter for the Pledge of Allegiance. So our newest Eagle Scout in the city of Cibolo, Katie Barrows. With that, please.
Attention. Scout salute. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Thank you.
And with that, before you run off, leading on to item number 5, Mr. Barrows, we have a proclamation for you. In recognition of the honor of Eagle Scout recipient Katie Barrows, whereas the city of Cibolo takes pride in the sense of community and citizen involvement, and whereas the vision of the Boy Scouts of America is to prepare each eligible youth in America to become responsible, participating citizens and leaders who are guided by the Scout Oath and law. Whereas the Boy Scouts of America encourages Eagle Scout candidates to complete worthy projects to improve their neighborhoods, their community, and their region. And whereas Kenny received the rank of Eagle Scout on February 8th, 2021. And whereas this is the highest award a Scout can receive, with only 8% of the Scouts moving up through the ranks of Boy Scouts all the way to Eagle. And whereas for his community service project, Kenny focused on sustainability and beautification of the wooden outdoor seating of Schertz Methodist Church. And whereas Kenny did minor repairs, tightened hardware, stained and sealed a dozen plus benches utilized by the community. Now, therefore, I, Stosh Boyle, Mayor of the City of Cibolo, do hereby proclaim the City Council of the City of Cibolo on behalf of staff and all of its citizens, do hereby honor Kenny Barrows on his achievement of attaining the rank of Eagle Scout, the highest rank in the Boy Scouts of America. And Kenny, this is a huge honor handing this to you. This is this very community Troop 18 I was a part of, and growing up, what a great organization, and for you to stick it out. And I can only imagine that the challenges are getting harder. I myself received the rank of Life Scout, and to get over that hump and get in and be a very elite group, and right here it even says 8% of the country. It's really setting you up to do great things, and it's such a huge achievement. And hopefully, this propels you to do even greater things and teach the ones behind you what you've learned through the organization. So, Kenny, this is my great honor to present you with the Eagle Scout proclamation. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Brett. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, thanks, Brett.
Congratulations.
Next item we have is the public hearing. The city council will hold a public hearing to hear testimony concerning a request to rezone property located at 1876 FM 1103, approximately 3 acres of neighborhood commercial to general retail office, restricted C3R conditional use permit for convenience storage, and 7 acres from neighborhood commercial to general commercial and continued use permit for vehicle storage. Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Tonight we'll be conducting the second public hearing for the rezoning request and full disapproval of the rezoning ordinance. The owners is Janet C. Day and Raymond Wallace. The representatives is Rob Killian, District 9, and it's in Council District 4. Proposed use for this site is retail, mini storage, and outdoor storage. Last month, the City Council approved the request by the applicants to remove the neighborhood commercial and neighborhood residential to the use of commercial. In your packet, in staff report, you'll see the site as indicated in darker red now, showing that it's for higher intensity uses, such as the mini storage and outdoor storage. Since this is the public hearing portion, I'd like to note that staff sent out to 6 individuals surrounding the property, and as of today, we've received 1 in favor of and 0 in opposition. We had it posted in the local newspaper as well as on the website. At the first public hearing of the planning and zoning commission, there was no citizens that spoke in favor or in opposition of. Also in your packet, you should have the applicant's letter, the presentation, the notices, and the ordinance. The applicants are here tonight to make a presentation. And either open the public hearing before or after the presentation. Any questions with that?
Mr. Gonzalez, we're going to go ahead and open it. Open the public hearing time is now 6:37. Is there anyone assuming so is here to speak on this item?
So,
Would you like to bring the applicant in now? Mr. Gonzalez? Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Rob Killen, Mulaney's chief with the law firm of Killen Griffin in Fairmont. Our address is 100 Northeast Liverpool 10. I really appreciate it. I want to be respectful of your time. I know the circumstances here are a little bit different than being in chambers. I have no idea what Lisa just said, but she's said really great things about the project. And said Rob's going to come in and just believe everything he said. But we have a PowerPoint. I don't know.
Well, half of our packet is from you guys, so we're very, very good.
Sorry about that.
No, it's a lot
I don't
of.
even know if we can pull up the PowerPoint.
I just don't know our IT.
Well, let me do this in a nutshell. I'll keep it simple. And you've got little things on your agenda tonight. Our client is requesting rezoning this property at 1876 1103, FM 1103. It's right there just before you get to the curve on 1103. It's currently zoned for commercial. We've gone back in November to planning and zoning. If the members of the planning and zoning commission who are watching or present, thank you for all your support and feedback. Here we go. This might be an outdated one, but that's okay. It still does what it needs to do. So it's on 1103. It's right next to the Word of Life Fellowship Church. And so we've been talking to the church, and we're there in support. We've got an agreement that we're about next week, but we're asking for the C3 and C4 for mini storage and boat and RV storage. What you didn't have before that you do have now is a C3R, which restricts alcohol sales. Now we're right next to a church, and as you know, under your code, we can't sell alcohol within 300 feet of a church. And your attorney will tell you that is measured from a door to door distance. It's not a straight line distance. So we've asked for C3R on the front. You don't have a C4. We need C4 on the back. You don't have a C4R. So we don't have a code restriction on alcohol sales. So our agreement with the church is, and this will be restrictive covenants that will run the land, is that we will restrict alcohol sales across the entirety of the property. So the back half will be the same as the front half. And that is prohibition on businesses that provide more than 75% of the revenue from alcohol sales. The other thing that the Planning and Zoning Commission asked us to add into our agreement with the church was some additional restrictions on lighting. So we agreed to fully comply with the code. Of course, you got a lighting glare section of your city code. You have a maximum height of 35 feet for parking lot lights, which is actually a little bit high. It's a little bit higher than San Antonio. San Antonio has a 30 foot. So we're going to agree to keep our lighting at a 30 foot pole, which should reduce. By the way, in your code, there's a shield cutoff and other things that prevent that, what we call light spillover. So there should be zero impact on the church. We wanted to add that additional piece at the recommendation of the zoning commission. We've got other pictures here. You can scroll through at your leisure. There's a church there just north of the property. As I think y'all probably know, we're close to the edge of city limits. We're not abutting the edge of city limits. But we're pretty close, and I'd say just keep scrolling through it until it gets interesting. Already talked about what we're asking for. We're gonna do the restriction. This is how it's gonna lay out. So the front half of it's gonna be climate controlled mini storage. The back half is boat and RV storage. And we've got some pictures. We can just scroll through that. This is conceptual, but you get the idea that the boats and the RVs are going to be. This is a slide I really want to stop on. So the property today is zoned C1, which allows for a pretty broad range of commercial uses. I'm surprised that C1 allows for banks and restaurants and all those sorts of things. So peak hour trips that would be generated today, if it were developed as just regular retail, 250 peak hour trips. That's your rush hour trips that 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock time period. Boat and RV and mini storage adds up to about 41 peak hour trips, which is, it's kind of intuitive when you think about it. You're not going to go to your mini storage at rush hour traffic. You're going to go on a Saturday or Sunday. You're going to pick up your boat before you go out to the lake. You're not doing that at rush hour. You're probably, we work a little early at 5 o'clock at noon on a Friday, picking that up and heading out. My wife and I had a storage unit. We kept all of our Christmas stuff there, and that's when we go pick stuff up, was on the weekends. So I think that 84% reduction is pretty significant. I think Planning and Zoning Commission members are very responsive to that. If you go to the next slide, and our client had done a market study, right? The question is, what is the need for mini storage? They looked at what's called the primary market area, the PMA, which is about a 3-mile radius from the site, basically within the city of Cibolo. If we go to the next slide, that shows you what the radius is, and then the next slide shows you what the demand is. So most of your demand for storage is from homeowners, some from apartment dwellers, some from businesses, mostly it's from homeowners. And about 7 square feet per person is what it adds up to. If you go to the next slide, please. And so the total gross demand right now for storage space in this primary market area, 3-mile radius, 468,000 square feet. By 2024, it's going to be over 500,000 square feet. The existing space that would compete with this project within this area is about 385. So you got about 82,000 square feet of unmet demand. We've got about 55,000 square feet proposed for this site. By 2024, 123,000 square feet with no other proposed developments on that site. So you're still going to be at a net negative in terms of amount of square footage of storage space. We think this will address the needs while taking a site, again, that could have significant amount of traffic and really reduce the amount of traffic. If you don't mind flipping forward. And that's it in a nutshell. We went to P&Z back in November. We went for just a presentation only, got lots of great feedback, submitted the future land use map amendment and the zoning amendment. And because of Snowmageddon, snowpocalypse, whatever you want to call it, we're supposed to come to city council last week for the first phase and then come back the following week, which will be next week. I understand now because of the hearing schedule, folded those meetings into one. So happy to be here tonight. Again, I want to thank Lisa and Rudy and staff for all of their hard work, as well as the P&Z who spent time working on it, as well as the folks at Word of Life if they're listening tonight. So with that, I will keep quiet and answer any questions y'all might have.
I just want to say, I just want to thank you guys, because I know we all initially came in, we had the whole alcohol issue and everything, and just staying patient with us and working with us as a city in order to find the right resolution in order to get what your client needed and everything on that line. So I just really appreciate the flexibility of everything that you guys have been doing. Appreciate it very much.
What type of fencing do you have around the perimeter?
Well, we'll do what's required in the code, so there'll be screening, it'll be, I think it's chain link. But we'll look at that, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't bring the copy of the code with me, I can't recall off the top of my head, but we'll comply with the code as well as the landscape requirements under the code as well.
All right. There's not any more questions, I'd like to close the public hearing.
One more. Essentially, you've worked with TxDOT as far as, looks like we have 2 entrances there, or one's the entrance, one's the exit.
Those are,
Already worked with TxDOT.
this is a conceptual plan, so we'll go talk to TxDOT, obviously. We gotta do what TxDOT tells us, right?
Right.
Well, this isn't, because, if you have a residential project, you have to have 2 points of ingress and egress. If you get over a certain threshold, this is a commercial site, but we'll make sure. TxDOT is very stingy when it comes to curb cuts, as I think you all know, but projects engineer will be talking to them.
Okay, that's why I asked, I know that they're very strict on those curb cuts, and
They are.
as y'all are aware, level 3 should be underway here in June. No promises, but, that's what people,
Knock on wood.
June is let date for that, but
No, that'll be great. I think that will be transformative, I think, for that area once that work gets done. So again, everything we'll do, and TxDOT, they make you do things based on what they're going to do in the future. So everything we do will be consistent with what they ask of us. Thank you all very much.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John. Now 6:47, I'd like to close the public hearing. The second one, we have a public hearing of me, the Cibolo City Council will continue a public hearing to hear public testimony regarding a request to allow a conditional use permit for approximately 0.2 acres of property located at 205 Westward to allow a community residential facility. No potential active action given in the city council PZ actions. So this is one that's strong. Right?
Yes, all we need to do is just close it, to continue to do the last meeting.
Okay. So the time is now 6:47, I'd like to open it. 6:48. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Item number 7, we have the citizens to be heard. Right now, we just have one gentleman here, Mr. Keith Inc. And what is it you'd like to talk about, Mr. Hank?
So anyway, I was just here to address the council, ask them to go ahead and approve the SF6 zoning for our property off 180 Cove. I know there was some concerns about the drainage. We actually got with the CEC, Paul Denham, the engineer on it. And I think we emailed everybody a packet today. If y'all had a chance to look at it, there's a drainage analyst report in there. And his solution to any drainage issues is to add an additional retention pond for Bella Rosa, since this will be in addition to Bella Rosa. So Bella Rosa, which they've already started digging one on there. They'll probably all drove right by it on the way over here. They dug one, partly dug one. They're gonna add a second one to it to collect any of the drainage off of Cove Lane or any of the watershed off of our property. And we've also gone ahead and actually filed a plot with the city, showing y'all our exact plans, not trying to sneak a curveball in there for anybody, And so we're trying to do everything on the up and up, and just ask y'all to approve it tonight. And I know, and I can give y'all the whole spiel again, but all y'all probably are pretty familiar with it, I'm sure. So if y'all got any questions, I'm here to answer it if that's appropriate here, or I can wait outside and answer any questions when it comes time to.
Yeah, we'll address it when it comes up on here. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for coming this evening. Thanks for your patience.
All right, thank you very much. I'll be.
Thank you. Item number 8, we have the consent agenda. We have one item, approval of the minutes of the regular city council meeting held on February 9th.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion made, second, by Councilman Quinn, all in favor? Any opposed? The staff update, Mr. Burger.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I do have a couple of things that I'd like to share with you. First of all, as as a member of the chamber, one of the things they do is they have provided us with 4 game sheets to play. The mayor has received one, the mayor pro tem has received one. My understanding about this game, if you want to participate, is you have to go around and visit all 20 sites, get a stamp, and at the end of March, if you're successful, and you get all 20, you might win something. What you might win, I do not know. So I do have 2.
Gift cards. At the
Oh,
top.
gift cards.
500.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Hicks. So there's a chance for you to win up to $1,000 based on if you make 18+ visits. And I guess they put your name in a hopper. The other thing, if anyone, I have 2 left, if anyone wants to go around and do that, just let us know. The other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is last week we had several of our employees work at the Sheriff's COVID vaccine clinic. Last week we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We had 5 employees participate along with our civil and fire department. I'm going to tell you they were Scott Vanderbilt and Cole Pettis from Public Works, Lisa Gonzalez from Planning, Dan Rogers from the city manager's office, and Dustin Morris from city, as well as Peggy, Val, and I think Ilana and Tanya also participated. This week is going to continue, and in order to assist for the city of Shirts, Nicole Pettis is going back, Lisa Gonzalez, Leanne is going to go back, Anna Miranda, Chris McDaniel, Kelsey Lee, and Rudy Klein. So we're trying to help out as much as we can. Of course, we will have our people there. If they're not on a call, they do a great job. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
That closes out that item, Mr.
Yes, sir. And that was under administration update on COVID-19, so the attorney doesn't say.
All right, that moves us on to the ordinances. We have A and B. Ordinance A, approval, disapproval of ordinance of city council regarding the rezoning of approximately 5 acres of real property located along Cove Lane, west of the Bella Rosa subdivision. Property is currently zoned low-density, single-family housing SF2, and the requested rezoning is for high-density, single-family residential SF6. We have Mr. Klein and Mr. Gonzalez here. I know we, before we go into this, this is something that we touched on. Do we have any new information on this, Ms. Gonzalez, other than what we had last week?
No, just the plaque that they've included in there, and I think we've noted in our attachments that it's included. And that it's currently in review.
Also,
Okay, so-
additional retention.
Oh, yes, and
And so those are, the plat was per our request, so Councilman Quinn.
So- Yeah, real quick, so I was like the lone holdout at the last meeting, and I was just concerned, right? I was concerned that they would take it and once we approved it, that turn it into 26 homes or whatever the case might be. I'm very confident and comfortable after talking with Ms. Gonzalez about this, looking over all the paperwork. I am now confident that only 19 homes are going to go there. So personally, I don't think we need to go into a deep deliberation on this. I think if you want to, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve it. To approve
Second.
ordinance A.
Well,
no.
As written.
You have to make a motion to actually approve SF6.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because the Planning and Zoning Commission had recommended SF4.
Okay, I'll do that.
Wait, hold on.
well, then-
Oh, no, go ahead. I was gonna make a motion, but if you have a question. real quick.
Well, I don't have any question. I just want, the developer reached out to me after that meeting, last meeting. I called him back and talked to him, and I had mentioned to him that, you know, to show good faith, probably gonna do best bet to submit a plat. I talked to Rudy, here at City Hall at City Hall, and had asked him, you know, and he said, yeah, they could do it as long as it's in review when we do it, so it's simultaneously. So, you know, I said that you're gonna have to submit a plat anyways, and he said yes. And long story short, talked to him, and they did get it turned in and turned the plat in. So I'm with you.
I mean, this is just another example of like somebody that really wants to work with the city, and they showed it, they went the extra mile. I really appreciate what they did, because I did have some concern about it. But again, those concerns have been lifted. But so without further ado, I'd like to go ahead.
Before Councilman Allen, did you wanted to add something or?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve an ordinance of the city of Cibolo regarding the rezoning of approximately 5 acres of real property located along Cove Lane, west of the Bella Rosa subdivision. Property is currently zoned low density, single family SF2, and I would like to make that motion to have it rezoned to high density, single family residential SF6.
Second.
Motion is made by Councilman Quinn, second by Councilman Hicks. We'll start with Councilwoman Schultz and order by number.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimous 7-0. So however we got there, right? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. The next item, we have the approval of the ordinance of City of Cibolo regarding request to rezone property located at 1876 FM 1103, approximately 3 acres, neighborhood commercial C1, the general retail office restrictive C3R, conditional use permit for convenience storage, and 7 acres from neighborhood commercial C1 to general commercial C4, conditional use permit for vehicle storage. Ms. Gonzalez.
The only thing I was gonna add a couple of things that was discussed by Rob Killian, so about the future land use map that got amended. And then the zoning that's surrounding the property, however, he's kind of gone into depth about it already. Then the only other thing I can recommend or note is that the PNC recommendation was unanimous as well for this rezoning from the C1 to C3R, CB, and C4, CP for the acreages that are listed in the report. Do you have any questions for staff or the applicant?
No, and again, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I think this is a item we are all kind of consensus with, so instead of talking it to death, we want to make a motion.
Ms. Gonzalez, what is the requirements for the UDC for the fence?
So it depends on zoning, when you get in the higher intensity uses, or zoning, C4, I1, I think there is allowed, chain link fencing, but I have to check with UDC to make sure.
I'm more concerned with the height. I just don't want to be driving down the road, seeing boats and cars and stuff in the back.
So
If
anything,
it's, 6, 8 foot fencing, that's fine.
I think what they were proposing was partially enclosed covering of items outdoors. So it would end up covering that as well as the fencing around the perimeter. But anything that is stored outdoors, we do have something we can see that also addresses that, not just the fencing height. So stuff like that can be visible from the right of way. We had to do a lot of that with Tractor Supply.
And I think the way they have their buildings configured in the back, they had pretty much the buildings circling where the outdoor storage was, I believe.
And so
Okay, thank you.
If you want to pull the slide up. But that's a good point. I certainly, abutting up to a residential subdivision.
And we've discussed that with the applicant. Currently surrounding the property is C1, so it's all zone commercial. However, there is an individual homestead in the back of it. In the aerial of the staff report, there is one homestead.
There you go. Yeah. So the four buildings, it looks like,
They kind of surround it.
yeah, surrounded, so we would.
I'm kind of like with Ted on that, you know, I'd
Yeah.
like to see at least 8-foot fencing around it if possible. For protection of the people's property as well as covering it up.
And would that help our wire top to keep people from climbing it and stealing stuff out of those storage?
Constantine White.
That, I think that's limited to industrial.
Was that?
I think that's limited to industrial. If it's allowed, it's only in industrial zoned areas.
And that, while I see that, this is an argument we don't need to get into, but while I see that that's very handy and having had stuff stolen from the storage unit, we should have been there. Do we really want like a chain link fence with barbed wire? I mean, that's kind of jailish
I
looking,
know,
you
isn't it?
know? I mean, I like how
The
this
shrubs
is,
and
yeah, like the shrubs, I like how, you know, the stuff, and this isn't official, of course. But I'm not sure I care for the optics of.
Right. Yeah, there's one that's going up, you know, right behind my neighborhood, and I got all kinds of people complaining about it because of the lighting and stuff like
Oh, yeah.
They've addressed that. So I think I really like that their conditional use permits restricted the stuff that they can do. It wasn't expanding, it wasn't asking for more, it was saying, we will do less. So that was neat.
Okay, well, is there any other conversation on this, or do we want to take this to a vote?
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve an ordinance of the city of Cibolo regarding a request to rezone property located at 1876 FM 1103 for approximately 3 acres of neighborhood commercial C1 to general retail office restricted C3R, conditional use permit for convenience storage, and 7 acres from neighborhood commercial C1 to general commercial C4, conditional use permit for vehicle storage.
Second,
Motion's been made and made by Councilman Quinn, seconded by Councilwoman Schultz. We'll start with 7 and count down to 1. Councilman Hicks.
Aye.
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 I
Motion carries 6-1. Thank you for both presentations, Ms. Gonzalez. Next, we have a resolution. We have approval, disapproval of a resolution amending the authorized representatives to transmit funds for investment. Tax pool fund.
Mayor and council. Glad to see everybody in this room, some budget time. This tax pool is one of our primary investment pools for the city. They do require that when we add individuals to become representatives, that we do that through resolution. And so the resolution in front of you is adding John Lee, the county manager, to allow him or authorize him to make transactions on behalf of the city. There are safeguards in place. For example, tax pool requires you to set up a bank account connected to the investment account so that you can't transfer to any other account. So when we send our transfer instructions or withdrawal instructions, it withdraws to our Shirts bank account and no other bank accounts. So just to let you all know what those safeguards are with tax pool. But this will authorize the county manager to have authority of doing so, and also means an additional authorized representative to for inquiry on legal risks. I just need a motion from council to approve the resolution and have that signed by.
The one we have in our packet has he listed on it, and the one that we're actually going to sign it doesn't have it on there. Is it correct?
That's right. So we made that change this week to remove my name and to just have John Lee and Mr. Rivera as the authorized representatives of the city council as the backup for.
Is there any difference in the what they're investing in, the rate we get for the investment account?
We have 2 types of accounts in tax pool. It's the tax pool regular account and tax pool prime. Tax pool prime does invest in commercial paper, and so it's a slightly higher interest rate than the regular tax pool account. We keep some percentage of all of our funds in prime versus pool, so that we can take advantage of some of that higher yield. But we want to make sure to diversify and keep the funds safe and secure, and so we limit how much we invest in commercial. But it fluctuates with the market. It's not significantly different than the T-bill rate. It kind of mirrors the going. T-bill rate.
1.6, something like that.
Point one. It's very low right now. It's 0.1 to 0.2.
But if we can find one, I'm soon.
Yeah.
I think that's what the T-bill is, when that's the 10-year treasury.
Oh, a 10.
Well, I'm sure the town would love that funds.
Yeah, we're limited to 2 years.
Our investment
We're
policy.
limited to 2 years. Okay.
Our investment policy does limit to 2 years. Insurance bank sometimes does give us a higher than going rate, and so we do invest in certificates of deposit occasionally to take advantage of that higher yield.
Thank you.
We're just changing personnel today, right?
Make a motion to approve of a resolution amending authorized representatives to transfer funds for investment in tax pool prime.
Second.
Motion's been made, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Ms. Miranda.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have discussion action regarding the two addendums for the EDC contract. Mr. Gibbs.
So I wanted to bring this to the council. We've already gone through and approved the contract pending the addendums. One addendum for estimate of hours and one addendum for rate by job. So I wanted to get that back, that finished and signed off on.
Well, I like that, I like the fact that we've got something in black and white now, Mr. Gibbs. We've got rates, got estimated hours.
I think the important thing is your addendums,
Yeah.
and we can change them there on the fly.
Right.
Without having to go through the whole contract procedures. And then reviewable every year along with the contract whenever we go through budget.
Right.
So we can make those adjustments, and it's going to be the basis for how EDC budgets their spend.
Exactly.
Have we even used any of those hours this year?
Oh, yeah.
Should have.
Oh, yes.
So staff, because the council had not yet signed and agreed upon it, the EDC has not actually been billing or paying it. However, staff has been keeping track of the time, and then once this was officially approved, they were gonna be back billed for the hours.
Right.
That was gonna be my next question.
No, they want to get it for free. Everybody has any, if there's no more discussion,
Well, hold on one second. Once this gets all said and done, can we get like a quarterly report on what the city is, or what the city is getting from EDC, or the CEDC, in funds, so that we can track it?
Piggybacking off that, I think we ought to have a quarterly report from EDC on their budget.
Well, there you go.
And it's one of them.
So if we could take that back to the CEDC, if they could just give us a quarterly report on their budget, what they're spending, all this good sort of stuff, that would be great.
Sure, I'll bring it to the board president.
Thanks. Okay, I'm good.
anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
to approve regarding the two addendums of the EDC contract.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilman Gibbs, got a second by Councilman Wolver. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 12B, discussion and direction to staff regarding fire service for subdivisions in ETJ. Councilman Ted.
Okay, I wanted to bring this back to council. We've talked about this across several meetings. I know council's been talking to the county and the city of, I believe, Schertz regarding the interlocal agreement regarding fire service in the county, in the ETJ specifically. As I've mentioned in past council meetings, I'm concerned Not today, because it's not, we've already shown budget-wise we're covered today. But we have 1,300 homes planned over the next 2 or 3 years in the ETJ. That if we're not careful, we're going to be supporting them with citizen tax dollars. So I wanted to bring this up. So we have an opportunity to give the city feedback and direction regarding the interlocal agreement and how council wanted to handle fire service in ETJ. I think I spoke to Mr. Herrera, and I think you have a few options to bring to council.
Yes, sir, thank you. So Chief Troncoso is going to review with the council at least 4 potential options that we as a staff have looked at, and we think might be one of the 4 would be more doable than the others. As you know, we've had conversation with the county judge, we've had conversation with the fire marshal's office, and they're all on the alert that the city of Cipolo will be returning. And we don't know at this point if we're returning as an independent away from the city of Seguin insurance, or if we're coming with a different option. But some of the options that we're looking at, I'm gonna let Mario visit with you. And it would be good if we could reach some kind of consensus, if you're ready, that, you know, maybe that's an option to pursue. If not, then we can continue to workshop this. Mario?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, I got new this evening. And welcome to our station. Our current agreement allows Seguin Insurance to provide the protective services, the designated ETJ in the county, and provide mutual aid and backup for protection services.
Chris, I think they have that on the agenda.
Should be on this packet.
And you have a copy in front of you also.
As we designate mutual aid in the areas of Washington County. On the very left side, there are potential fire service concepts to consider. Option 1 is the current contract, stay with the current yearly contract. It's in Washington County request a percentage increase each year. Our current contract, we're at $32,452.08. That's what we just, and that was a 11% increase from the time before. That's option 1. Option 2 is negotiate directly with Washington County and not go through the city of Seguin. Because I don't know if y'all are familiar with the contract. Seguin actually has a contract for the whole county, and then we're like, they sub it to city of Shirts and the city of Civil. And we pay the same to cover our ATJs in county. Option 3 is have no contract with the county or the city of Seguin and request permission from Guadalupe County to bill each call for service in accordance to our city fee schedule. So that basically, you know, third party or do it in-house and send them a bill, and if they pay it, they pay it. They pay us the money, if they don't, then we're out, we don't get any money. Option 4, stay with the current contract with Seguin and Guadalupe County and request a percentage increase each year. And then on top of that, bill the insured party if there's a difference. So we're still responding out there, and we can send them a bill, and hopefully they'll pay it, and that'll decrease the delta that's there. But if not, then at least we got something for going out there and not have anything. So, you know, we've had several conversations, myself and Mr. Herrera. Our recommendations is to further explore option 4. Yes, sir.
About option 5, and that is, let's go after that contract with Guadalupe County, and then they pay us. Seguin pays us. Granted, I know that's going to stretch us, but that is another option that I know that the judge has mentioned that we could go and bid on that contract as well. Because that's what Seguin, I mean, we all know that Shirts is going to bid on the EMS, because we're the only ones that have EMS service.
Right.
But they said that in talking with Commissioner Wolverton at the time and Judge Kyle Kutcher, that we could put bids in for the fire service, and then the money, then we have a contract with Seguin and Shirts. And that's another thing.
And I had that same conversation with Judge Kushner and
so there's that fifth one as well that, you know, is out there. not to step on the toes there, chief, but I mean, that's one that they brought to me, in our discussion. So,
That could fall in option 2 bucket. Because then we would just win, if we could, win the contract. Because my concern is that Seguin controls the funds, right? Because they have the contract. And so they control the funds and they determine how much gets sent to who, because they won the bid. And so obviously they're gonna take more piece of the pie for them. And they might, righteously do so because they're just a little bit bigger than us or whatever the case might be. But at the end of the day, I don't see why we couldn't go in there and at least bid for the contract. And if we don't get it, then obviously stand up on somebody's desk and say, well, you need to give us more money.
So option 2, I think the mayor recognized that option 2 gives you that flexibility if that's the direction the council wants to go to try to provide the overall service. The only reason we were looking at option 4 was to try to keep the city whole and be careful about not subsidizing the cost of the ETJ. If we're getting $300 from the county per call, and it's costing us $1,000, we can build the difference.
Do we ever figure out that delta over the last, let's say, 3 years, what that delta is from what we're getting from Seguin and then what we're coming out of the pocket on?
I think they presented a couple of meetings ago that we are actually doing good on that.
Okay.
We're breaking even pretty close.
So it's not about now, it's really about when these 1,500 homes come into
I might have been wrong.
ETJ.
Chief, well, for everybody, option 1, of course, currently in the contract, that if you were to go forward with that one, again, the only difference between 1 and 4 is not having the ability to insure part of the insured party bill, the insured party for the difference. The piece I don't like is request a percentage increase. I like that. I would prefer to go into that there's a set or agreed upon, and I don't mean to get hung up on the, when I see requests, to me that reads, they can tell you no. I would like the next contract, if we were to go with an option 1 or even an option 4, that we agree upon the percentage increase or a minimum. Now, to the point that you had about what's that delta, I would also like to have some language in there that, I don't know how we would word it, but here's the baseline percentage increase for the next year. But if the demand signal goes above a certain threshold, we'd have to define that. Then we have the ability to ask for even higher percentage, kind of a floating scale.
Like an indicator, some sort of trigger.
Yeah.
One thing that I was looking at, and we briefly talked about it, is that if Guadalupe County gave Seguin a 10% increase, then that's what we would want. We started that. County, we gave Seguin 10, Seguin, they gave you 10, well, we want 10.
We want the same 10.
We want the same 10.
Well, I mean, and I'm okay if what really is option 5 really falls under option 2, which is to go directly to Guadalupe County and bid on that contract. I would obviously, before that happens, we'll love good, input from you all on, can we really do that? Well, not yet, not
Can we
but
support it?
can we do it?
Can we do
Because,
it? Can we fulfill it?
yeah, as the lead or the prime contractor, if you will.
And one thing with that contract that Seguin has, they cover everything toward York Creek, Stockdale, Wilson County, and all that, it's a big area. And ours is we share with the shirts going towards Marion, Seguin, towards Indy Broncos, is in that also covers them on the north side coming in.
Well, I'd like to take a look and see, for this 33,000 we're getting right now, is there an estimate on how many structures that includes? Like if you were going to go into an insurance policy, they want to know exactly what we're insuring. And that's kind of what I look at this as an insurance policy. So if let's just say that there's 1,500 homes or structures, whether or not it's a home or a business or what, the ETJ right now, we're expecting another 1,500 to come on board, then we should, take a look at, how much are we doing per dwelling or business, per structure, and then double it if that's what it needs to be. If we're doubling the structures, within the ETJ. You know, so these are the types of things I'd like to have the flexibility to negotiate with. So, you know, if I were to pick, you know, 2 or 3 of these, I would go with the option 2 and incorporate, you know, the bid if we really want to take on managing all the contracts throughout the county. Or if that's just more work than we want, you know, but I'd like to keep that in our back pocket. And then have option 3 as our, you know, our walking away from the table, you know, saying, well, you'll walk.
And of course, I think we got to tread on this slightly and carefully as well, because we have the intergovernmental agreements with these guys, right? So we got some of that to where if Shirts responds to the call, right? And something else pops off, Shirts gets that money, but something else pops off, we have to respond. And we don't get a kickback on it, it's on our dime, right? So at that point, because we have that agreement, it's on the city of Cibo's dime.
Yeah.
It's not
Well,
the city losing out of that money.
I think within the cities, we already have that agreement. I think we're talking about HTJ, but that's, you know what I mean? So this is all.
But this is what I'm talking about. So the city of Shirts, when this was brought up a while back, and we were having some back and forth, and we weren't sure if we were gonna re-sign the contract and stuff, the city of Shirts said, we'll take that 33,000, no problem. We'll take it, we'll do it. And the reason why they said they would do it is because we would have to turn around and go cover down on Shirts stuff, and still, we'd lose out on money. So instead of covering down on the ETJ, where we would get the 33,000 back, we would have to cover down on Shirts' calls and not get anything back.
While they're out in the apartment.
And that's one thing that last time it was up for discussion, is that there were some calls in our ETJ in the county that Shirts took for us. They were our calls, we got paid for it, and they didn't.
Yeah.
So that was part of the numbers that we worked up last time.
Chief, under option 3, you mentioned, you know, bill for the call service if, and hope we get something. So that's going to the insured, the home insurance or whatever kind of insurance that, right? So there's still a possibility under option 4 that the part, if there is a difference, we're gonna go for it. There's still a risk there that what is it the insurance denies the claim? In most, I mean, in most cases, you have to have homeowners insurance, right?
Correct, or just like if EMS goes out there and they get, you know, they can elect to pay for it up to what their insurance covers, and if there's any extra, then
They lose it.
Is there a charge off for the calls that you would bill? And I don't know if there's anything at state levels or any kind of reimbursement. I mean, if you were to bill X number of calls and you know somebody either doesn't have insurance, or the insurance company denies, or only pay a certain amount, that difference, is there any other pool of money that we can apply for that difference that's not paid? Or is there, I don't know if there's really a charge off for that, right?
I think we'd have to research that.
Okay. I was credit card bill, it's not paid.
I was mentioning Frank, and Frank's gonna follow up on this as well. Under option 3, I have seen that work in another city where I was at. Since then, they have now gone to an ESD district, so now they have a fire district. And by the way, Carpenter, Mr. Carpenter has been pushing that idea about maybe the county doing the fire district. But under option 3, I think the question is, if you have that one in place and you respond to a call, you get to bill them for the full service. You bill their mortgage if they have an insurance company, or if they have insurance. And if they don't pay, the question becomes, can you put a lien on that property? And
I mean, just like we do, if we have to go cut somebody's high weed, if they're not maintaining, and the city goes out and cuts those high weeds, the city they would put a lien on that property. That's all in the city limits. I don't know if we have that same authority in TJ, and that's what I need to research. Because that would be an option, is to be able to put a lien on somebody's property. Now, you won't get the money back until they eventually sell that property, but you at least know it's there for the city to recover. And a lot of people don't want liens on their property, that they'll pay instead of having a lien on their property.
Well, I just want to remind everybody that, you know, if we go for the contract, with ACOG, you know, we're all part of ACOG. Seguin would have to respond to the ones, because they're the closest ones down there. No matter what, it's not like our fire department would have to be going down all the way to Stockville. Because, and if they refuse to, then ACOG would start limiting their funding to them, because they're not in that agreement that ACOG has with all these interlocal agreements with all the entities. And to Mr. Wolfer's point, I think that, that there are companies, there are law firms out there that do go after what you're saying, you know, the extra money. And I know that you don't have to remind me who it is, Peggy, but there's a company or there's a law firm that takes care of, I believe it's Selma Shirts, Libo.
I think what you're talking about are delinquent.
Delinquent, yes.
But I
But
thought,
that way-
but I thought this question, but I thought the question that Wilbur was asking is, if you've exhausted your means.
And that's what they do as well.
Is there a pot of money in a state agency that you might be able to
Oh,
take in?
Well, it's a state agency and then Mr. Gard's looking at the other side of that, which is, you know, could be, you know, the first, you know, option might be to put a, you know, what are the other tools we have, and that may not be, so since the state likes to limit the city's ability to enforce or do things in its ETJ, I think I'll put $1 down, the answer comes back, says we're not allowed to put a building.
And would the juice be worth the squeeze, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, we'll probably spend more money in litigation trying to get money back. I mean, to me, I think we do some sort of an abbreviated option, right? It's where we go after the contract to try to win the contract with a contingency that if we don't win it, then we do our contract and we demand whatever increase that Seguin gets, they get, and not try to build the insured party the difference or anything like that. I mean, at the end of the day, and just see it like that. I think if we get something like that, we go after the contract. If we can do it, I mean, if we have the personnel that's able to manage the contract and everything along that lines, I mean, if we have, you know, we need to look at it, say, can we do this? If we can, we'll go after it. If not, then option 4 without billing the insured party or whatever, you know, because you start getting into just a lot, in my opinion, you get into a lot of mess, trying to collect all that, going through collections. I mean,
So if we were static, I would agree with that approach, but my concern is we're gonna have 1,300 homes on our doorstep in the ETJ, that if we don't have some way to build them, we can only collect 50% of it. It's 50% more than we have when we started. If we don't have a method for collecting from people in ETJ, then this whole conversation's for naught. We'll still be where we are.
do y'all bill people inside the city limits?
With their taxpayers.
Okay, property tax.
Yeah.
They pay property tax.
And Councilman Gifford, I would just leave it at whatever you get, you bill the insurance company, you get what you get, and if it's nothing, then, you know, to your point is not, is it not?
So we're gonna build the insurance, we're building the insurance company, not the person.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
You don't bill the person, but they're gonna cover their insurance.
Yes.
I mean,
They'll send it to the insurance
Yeah,
company. to have
and
the insurance
then
company
if it's capped, you know, we bill for 1,000, the insurance company, I'm not.
Just like TRICARE.
500, well, then we stick with the 500, and we're not gonna go worry about
I know,
that.
it's just like TRICARE.
Yeah.
We'll give what we'll take.
So I think Mr. Bibbs is, when he visited with Monty and myself, and we had this conversation, I think what I'm hearing the council talk about is, yeah, well, let's consider looking at option 4, but there's also, for lack of terminology, let's potentially pursue an option 5. And to see if we have the capability to provide that service, and what does it entail? And then Monty can come back at a later meeting and share that with you. And we'll continue to, he's gonna continue working with the fire chiefs in the area, and I will visit with Dr. Brown and Steve Parker. And I'll also visit with the county, just kind of let them know this is something that's being discussed. And I know some of the council members, you see the judge and others, just kind of let them know this is something that Civil hasn't forgotten, and they're moving in that direction. I think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I think so.
And I'm gonna tell you, Mr. H, I know that you had mentioned Mr. Carpenter is looking, I know that Mr. Wolverton had looked at it before. It's one of the things that's got to be put onto the ballot for that district. And, I hope that they're able to get that put on the ballot this year. But they've got to get at least 3 of those members that are the county commissioners for it. Say, yeah, let's put it on the ballot. And then you've got to get the voters to vote on it.
So I kind of oppose that, because how they're gonna cover that is by raising county taxes. So now that we're getting our taxes raised anyway. to cover the city.
What's usually the districts are the ones that get taxed, not the whole county. It's a district.
So the way I understand,
Yes.
and I know we're probably going off of
No, it's still kind of, it's still related to the,
so the way
Fire service.
I understand Carpenter indicated the other day was that if they were able to get an emergency district fire tax, I could go all the way up to 10 cents, but it would not be added to the county tax rate. It would be a separate tax rate for residents.
So
outside of the city.
exactly, the residents, the
So it
residents,
wouldn't be used.
right, the county would create the boundaries of the district.
Yes.
Those individuals that live in the district would actually have to vote, saying, you want fire protection, here's an option for an ESD to be created, and the voters would have to actually.
Well, I'm okay with that, that's good.
That's what
But
I'm
it
looking
takes
at.
time to go up.
What if they voted no, we don't want fire protection?
Then we go.
Then we have to.
Then we're back.
They're gonna get it one way or another.
Well, and I will tell you, I only know of one emergency service district that ever did not get sufficient votes. They're almost, because 10 cents on the dollar, it's capped. You can't go above that anymore. It's stuck at that level. And you can have fire protection, and you've probably driven up 35 and seen some of those nice fire stations.
Yeah.
By Kyle and whatever, those are all ESDs.
Kyle is, you've seen Kyle, then obviously, I've gone by there. Kyle has got one of the most beautiful fire station. It is an awesome fire station.
Omaha County's got something you can have, and Bear has got double-digit numbers of them for their EDJ, to include sometimes police districts, not just fire.
Emergency services.
Yes.
I believe that Fulton County is the only county in this area that does not have.
Correct.
ESD district.
But I know that Carpenter is looking to push for it, and I know Judy Phil said she'd support it, so should I get one of the other two to get behind that and get it on the ballot this year, so.
I want to make one statement that I make every time we talk about this. This is not about will we serve, because we're not going to sit on the border and watch house burn. This is strictly about how we pay for the service.
Right.
So I know council's aware of that, but for anybody watching live on live TV, this is not about whether or not we serve.
It's not a serve, period, but yes.
So the direction that we want to go with this, I'm hearing, we're looking at closer to option 4, looking into option 2 to, what are some of the, avenues that we can go, to negotiate, but meanwhile, choose option 4 or 3. Is that correct? That, you're gonna get back with us, Frank, on the ETJ?
Yes, sir. I'll look to see whether we can do that.
Okay, so, and then in the meantime, what's the timeline on the ESD, Councilman?
Well, that's something that, I don't know when Mr. Carpenter is gonna be, addressing it to the rest of McNary Jeff.
Yeah.
The earliest, because it does require voters,
Yeah.
the next election will be November. So that would be the earliest.
Which would be
And-
too late for us because our contract is up in September.
That's correct.
Okay.
And even then, it takes
It takes
approximately almost a year before they go into effect, having the revenue and being able to do the hiring and doing everything. So, yeah, it's gonna be at least.
Okay. So it'd be better for us to get a long-term goal in mind and put it in place and let the chips fall where they may have existed. Okay, all right. More questions for Chief Troncoso?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, thanks, Chief.
Thanks, Mr. House.
The door's always open.
Next, we have a discussion presentation by Architects regarding the status of Civil Old Schoolhouse, City Hall. Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Clynes. Yes, sir.
Evening, Mayor Council, City Council. Tonight on this item, we have Mr. Nick Melvin with Architects, make a brief presentation on the status of the old schoolhouse plan. I'm gonna turn it over to him. As you recall, the last council meeting, we had a discussion, directions from council to go to the December 8th meeting. Council looked at some different options. An elevator in the building, an elevator capped on the building, an elevator on a separate independent building next to the old schoolhouse. Direction was to go back and look at the base bid product with the elevator in the footprint of the existing building, and then added alternate with the elevator capped onto the side of the building. Direction was to go complete the plans, and then that's what Mr. Melvin's going to present to you tonight with just briefly the status of the plans and where we're going from there.
And so before you do that, just so we understand, it's my thought that what we're asking the city council tonight is after you see the drawings based on what Rudy was indicated, the goal from the staff is to get permission to give this now to the contractor to go get the bids on both options and then return those bids to the council.
So we don't even have no,
We don't have the bids now.
not bid, but we're guesstimated fundage right now.
No, at this point, they've completed the plans. The plans go to the contractor. There's no point in getting another estimate. I mean, we're at the point where we're going to go get the contractor to start getting the bids because of the process that we're using. The construction manager risk the bids have to be taken publicly, so staff to be involved in observing the advertising and the bid openings. And at the end of the month, the end of March, program, we'll anticipate having all the bids back in from the general contractor. And the goal is to have a guaranteed maximum price to council first meeting of April.
Thank you all. So as Rudy mentioned, just wanted to come and give a brief update on where we are with the schedule. We will be finishing up the construction bid documents to hand off to the contractor on Friday, to hand off to Jason Stoddard on Friday. From that point, they will solicit bids to subcontractors and generate a GMP for both the base bid and the alternate bid, as we mentioned, one with the elevator inside the footprint of the existing building to as an attempt to be as cost effective as we can. And the alternative bid will be for the add alternate to, on this set of plans, yeah, correct, to do an elevator addition onto the building, which will better allow for future expansion as the city grows in this department. So from there, we expect the GMP to be delivered or be complete at the end of April. I'm sorry, at the end of March, in time for the April council meeting. That's what we are. Any questions from you?
What again was our budget for this plan?
Original budget, original bond budget, I believe, is $1.8 million.
Do we have some extra funds to the street?
I did not bring the last report with me, I left on my desk. We did have some funds, not much. I don't remember what that is, I can get that out tomorrow.
I hope we don't have a lot of steel in the project. I know it went up 37% since the beginning of the year.
Minimal amount in in this option, for the elevator addition. But we're working closely with the contractor to determine, that structure, the structure for the addition. And, they, supply, or man their steel operation in-house. So that's something that they would not need to subcontract out, so there's some cost savings.
More questions?
I don't see the fire escape.
So we are, so the fire escape for the slide?
Yeah.
The old slide. So we are still determining the best want for that. We have some ideas being generated that we're gonna work with Rudy and Lisa on, but want to make sure that it's being used in the best way possible, since it can no longer be used as an actual fire escape. We want to display it in the most appropriate way.
And have we got any more feedback on the windows and all that kind of stuff?
We have actually, and we have a very good price so far for a preliminary bid price from a company who uses thermally broken aluminum frames with low E insulated glass. So it will be a sturdy, durable, but cost-effective product and energy efficient product. And we are it will further enhance the thermal, envelope and the waterproofing issues that we've been seeing in the exterior walls.
You said thermally broken?
Thermally broken aluminum, right? So when you have it steel and metals, right, are a high conductor for thermal energy, right? And so that thermal energy can leak inside the building. Hot outside, we'll come inside and
Okay, so it's
heat the
not,
building. So
it's
there's
not how you built it, it's part of the installation.
so it's part of the window frame itself, and so there's a rubber gasket that separates the outside frame from the inside frame. It's all sandwiched together. It all comes in as
The
one.
way it doesn't draw the heat outside of it.
Correct.
Thanks.
Energy.
Can I make a simple request too, is when we're doing the interior, if we could add an alternate for 8 doors instead of 7 doors?
Right.
Some bigger size.
Absolutely, we're definitely, that's already. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for coming. I see this is obviously a project that we hold very high priority. Very anxious to get it started.
We are too. I think it's going to be a wonderful project. Yeah, just got to get the budget numbers right.
We have a little competition now. Our YMCA just was recognized in the national publication. So now you got.
Excellent.
You have to
Congrats on that.
replicate it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we'll try to steal some of this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Klein. And I know you're in the bullpen already, Mr. Klein, on the next one. So moving on to item D, update on the certificate of obligation for projects for the city of Cibolo. This agenda items that Councilman.
So I asked, maybe put in the package the updated schedule. Just to update you a little bit more, we did have a meeting on Friday with artists. The lab work on the Civil Valley Drive is actually complete. I didn't have a chance to point that out. It's complete. They will be making, they're working on the report to get back to us. We had a really good meeting with them on Friday. To give us some, based on the information they already collected on Civil Valley Drive, identified some recommendations they'll be making to us on reconstructing and rehabbing Silver Valley Drive. Seems like we've got a lot of water in the subgrade base in areas. We also have got some ideas on how to address both those issues. The second, I refer to as the 9 selected streets, the second sheet. The field work was supposed to kick off. I made adjustments to that from the first schedule that you saw. Because so it actually impacted, they were supposed to start on the geotech, the field testing that week. They got bumped to last Wednesday. I believe they actually got on site and started on Deer Creek Boulevard. And I believe Thursday, this week, they were over on fire. I saw the markings on the ground there. And so on the Silver Road. So they're in that area, Deer Creek, Silver Lake, and Harbor. It's a little bit of a longer process because the roads are spread out. They anticipate to see each second order, so we can get out to our utility to locate, so the other companies can have to do their locate as well. So the schedule is bumped a week, but it's still, we're still on schedule as the original for the construction start date. I tried to do before, I think the first schedule I gave you, that was listed as a 4-week process, and I try to accomplish that in 3 weeks. So that's all I've got to do.
Yeah, so on the 9 streets, the original construction completion is estimated by just before Christmas. And of course, with the weather delays, impacting. Am I reading it right now? It is estimated about 1.5 late, or 1.5 to the right as of February of 22. Okay.
Honestly, I think that when I made the first list, I missed a month. Okay, on the schedule.
Okay, so thank you for the update. I don't want to ask for this. I wanted to see what the status is on this road. It sounds like a lot of field testing's been going on. We're going to have some recommendations and the final plans ready April, May. And so between now and April, May, when we put these projects out for bids, what I think would be really helpful is if staff could present to council with a break, just a overall design on each of these projects. We got 9 roads, right? So if you could give us like a before and after, maybe take some pictures. This is the before, this is the now, okay? And then this is the future state. This is what's gonna, what we're addressing. This is what it's gonna look like. Maybe you have to come up with some sort of a diagram, some sort of a, like a artist conceptual, drawing to show us, what exactly you're doing. So that way we can see it, we can talk about it, and then we can say, okay, yes, this is what we're expecting. Because when we voted on the money for all these road projects, I don't necessarily think that we had a breakdown of the work, when we voted for the money. So I really want to approve the work before we, put this out to bid. So it says.
So a lot of the street projects, this is a maintenance project. So a lot of the street sections that you see, like Silver Valley Drive, we're not, what you see curb to curb, all we're basically going to be doing is taking out either base and asphalt, or just asphalt, or maybe base asphalt and subgrade, the recommendation of the geotech. So the profile of the road is not going to change. Have a curb to curb on Silver Valley Drive, a 62-foot wide asphalt road with a crown in the middle. That's not going to change on a lot of the what we call the roads, Dean Road, Bolton Road, where we have just a county road section. I could show you a county road section, show you that we're going to again maybe have to remove existing asphalt, existing base if there's any there, subgrade if there's anything back. But I could show you what the cross section is going to look like. But again, there's not going to be, it's not added capacity to the one. It's not like the reconstruction of the product.
Right. Yeah. I'm not saying that that the width of Silver Valley Drive is going to change. I realize that, But if you could identify, what areas are the worst, what's it gonna look like, what do we do? Is it, 80% reconstruction, is it 40%? That's the type of stuff that I'm just, details right now.
I think a lot of so the presentation we had from Mr. Higgs with Artis Friday had, I think, pretty much what you're asking for in a overall diagram, Silverado Drive would be marked locations where there was issues with water in the base, where there's issues with roots and I can show you that.
Yep.
And then what is on the, we can have the first of this. So we could compile something. Put that together.
Would you get that to us, Rudy? And also, so looking at these durations, I know we lost 2 weeks of snow, and even losing a month here if we were off on our durations. We're still stretched out 2 months on our timeline. So looking at the plans and specs to get the preliminary plans that are underway and deliverable. Well, that were deliverable into February, but now we're into April, and then starting the final plans on 21st. Do you think that we could squeeze some time out of that? What I don't want to do, what I don't want to see here is that we give these dates and then that gives whomever is working on them a chance to say, let's say the date is March 26th. And so knowing that they work on everything else, pick up our project on March 20th and work really hard for 6 days. I'd much rather try to condense some of this and see if we can explore it. And I'm not saying that. I know we got to follow the process. We got to get our lab testing in and all of that. But I'd really like to see if we could be creative in some ways that would actually come back and cut from these dates because what I'm seeing now, I think you're very aggressive in this initial one. And I really, really like seeing this. And then after, the second round here, it was kind of took the wind out of my sails a little bit and try to recover some out there.
So we have to do the drawings. The city is about this.
Okay.
All
right.
So
That guy.
I'm on this.
So then maybe you could get a little bit of help with your other duties to focus in on this.
So the preliminary plans are him, James setting up the plan sheets with the profile, the plan needs of the, so he's got those on Silverado Drive, those are ready. So when we get the report, the final report on recommendations, then you can fill in. That's why the March 1st date is Bill's March 1st on the final. That's just our work on.
Thank you for explaining that, and telling me that. It makes me feel a lot better. Thank you for, let's knock this one out of the park. Thanks.
This hasn't been sent out to bid yet, so, well, once we find the contractor that's actually gonna do the work, what I'd like to see is a detailed project plan from that contractor, from beginning to end. And I want to see their critical path, and everything along that lines. I want to know what they can work out in parallel. Well, not in the bid, but once we're hired, but we can't do that too. Ask for a part of the bid or whatever the case will be. Show the plan from A to Z, critical path, where they feel that they may run into problems and things of that nature. And then also, where they can do work simultaneously as well, right? So that the project doesn't slow down, because that's one thing that I've noticed is that projects tend to slow down. And if we're not on top of these guys, they're gonna drag their feet as much as possible. And then, so if we can just look at that when we go to bid that out, if they can have a project plan for us in that bid packet, back to us, that way we can kind of look at what they're gonna do before we make a decision on who we're gonna hire.
And maybe and Councilman Quinn, you're onto something, maybe we could, and I've seen that done before where it's part of the package and, because it's a value weighted.
Yes, sir. So you include as a bid, number of days to complete, let them put in how soon they can get it done. And that the shorter the time is going to spend on 2 crews in the field.
Right. Yes, sir. Okay, very good.
I'd like to make, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a request that we add homework on this and put the original end dates for the tasks. So that we can see where the slippage is.
And we'll see that when they do that detailed project plan too, and they start getting going, we'll be able to see that slippage with that. That's why.
Right. And then, but that would be something to work on. Yeah, so that's good.
Is the final written report, is that gonna be very technical, or is that something you think we can digest?
I think what we can do is, honestly, it's gonna be technical, so I can get them to do like an administrative summary.
Okay, and what I like, I know where Councilman Allen was going, but I'm also just mindful of the more things ask the staff to do, and if it's duplicating, then that's taking time away for you guys to do other things. That's why I was asked, that report was just easy enough, and if it can scratch the itch, we've got the product we need. Or put the burden on them and then have them write something in clear English and not technical.
So with Mr. Clinton, Mr. Higgs is providing us is the staff review of where he is today before, short of the, basically, so they're out there taking on Civil By Drive, they're taking the cores, they're doing the sampling, they haven't gone through they have to do the lab, but the lab coat's not done yet, but based on what he has seen so far, he's kind of giving us this.
Okay.
And he got the diagram and some drawings.
Yeah, and there's some really good information.
Yeah, you just take it from that report for that us.
Yes, right.
There was some really good information we had, especially relating to falling weight thermometer tests and how that proves out that there's a sub-base issue instead of a base issue. You can, we have to spend an hour and a half on the technical aspects, and there's a lot of really good data, but it's how to stitch a baseball, how to do it.
Well, Mr. Klein, it's one of their biggest issues is gonna be that French drain from Bentwood Ranch down to Deer Creek, basically.
We talked about French drains, instead of putting it in the street, his recommendation is going to be, and this would be good. So maybe at a future meeting, I can, Mr. Higgs. So he did a really, a nice layout of Civil By Drive and showing the contours where water's coming in the watershed, where the road is crossing the watershed.
Right.
And demonstrating that in those locations, they actually pick up water in the basin subgrade. Evidence of water being in the basin subgrade. And so his thought is put the French drain on between the curb and the sidewalk.
Right.
Catch it before it gets on the
Upstream
basin.
of the pavement, so we catch any subsurface water in that and bring it to a storm drain at that one time, so let it migrate under the road, and continue to have a problem with base and subbase. Let's get it out and get the subbase and base to kind of stay moisture neutral, so we get it to a point that's not going up and down, which causes the road to turn to bush. It stays in one moisture level, and then the road is more stable, so you don't have to worry about the ground moving underneath pavement. So that's what we're suffering from now.
And I have noticed after this snow, right in front of Walmart, where the base is starting to come up through the cracks. So that's been weakened just in this last 2 weeks.
That actually turned up on the report for the same reason. They saw that, they identified that zone there as having an issue as well.
Okay, because I noticed that. when I'm doing my job.
Questions?
So they haven't been out to Lower Sabine yet. I had one of my constituents say, hey, we've got your guys out here doing some work out here, or they're spray painting areas, and I told them that's coming.
That's probably a week behind from where we are right
Or, where on Lower Sabine are, is that related to?
Like closer to Fan and Stell.
now.
They're closer to the Fan and Stell. I went out and looked at it. There's spray paint marks all over the.
I went down there just earlier this morning, and I noticed flags up there, it was going the other direction, that was related to the issue.
Okay, yes. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Next, we have discussion on canceling the March 9th council meeting. Because we have 2 meetings in the month of March, or actually it's 3 now because of the cancellation. Of course, February's a short month, looking at the calendar, kind of condense the last meeting in February, first meeting in March, if council's agreeable to that. you know, if not, we can have another meeting.
Not just that, Mayor, I mean, we would have had to have had everything turned into Peggy.
Yeah.
At 5 today, so.
Yeah, as long as we end up with another midnight meeting, I'm fine with that.
We're good with the charter in terms of what the charter
says 2
says.
weeks a month, so the month we didn't do that was February, but it could have.
We have
been
the declaration.
related to the declaration of weather. So-
Okay, well, you know, and something, I think this council's doing a lot better job of, we're breaking off into subgroups and handling our business and bringing it to the council. And I really appreciate the effort that everybody's put into that. And also, you know, reading our packets and going through and doing our homework, before we come to the meeting. So, you know, hopefully, and I'm trying to do a better job of running the meetings. But I hope that trend continues, and hopefully, like Mr. Gibbs says, we don't want another, you know, more midnight sessions, but if we could sidestep a meeting here, that'd be great. You know, moving on, as our restrictions let up and everything else, I'd like to see at some point have another town hall meeting. And what's really exciting is when you see progress, when you see the completion of Cibolo Valley Drive, the starting of the new Cibolo Valley Drive, the final renditions for the schoolhouse, a presentation by the new contractor. You know, those types of things are what really, I think we need to hit home with the community and let the taxpayers know that's where the money's going. So.
Make a motion to cancel the March 9th council meeting.
Second. Motion's been made and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Extending the declaration for the winter, emergency declaration, 30 days. I'll go off of Frank's guidance, but I guess this is just to fall in line with what's going on in the state. Later on in the meeting, we're going to get a presentation from Mr. Herrera about how we fared, and we actually fared a lot better than most. And we're very thankful for that. But if anybody has any opposition to that,
I'll make a motion on extending the winter weather emergency declaration.
I'll second
for 30 days.
I'll second that, and just to go into that, we did have some discussion this morning with the county, and they extended theirs because there's still stuff coming up, of damages, so not everybody's turned in all their damage, so the declaration helps.
So we got the motion by Councilman Allen, who's second? Councilman Hicks, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Before we go into item G, I'd like to go to executive session to discuss personnel matters. So with that, let's recess for executive session, Chris.
Mayor?
There's not.
Mayor? We don't have, I mean, I know we can pull an item that's on the
I need to
agenda,
see legal advice on personnel matters.
but is it on the agenda? And we can't. The only way we can go into exec is if we have an executive, something to pull from the, since we don't have a set executive session.
It has to do with the presentation for the discussion on the weather event, February 13th through the 20th.
Okay. So that's,
And it's
then
an email
that's,
that I sent to you earlier.
so then that's the item you have to read into executive session.
Okay. Very good. Okay. So, time's now 8:03. We're going to exit into executive session to discuss item I, discussion on the weather event, February 13th through the 20th, to include utilities, drainage, whatnot.
Good.
Time is now 8:21, like reconvene an open session. Item G, the discussion action on forming a youth council. Before I turn this over to Councilman Quinn, just to recap, thank you, Peggy, for giving us the copies of the previous ordinance, the resolution, I'm sorry, of the previous youth councils. At our last meeting, we had a young lady come in and discuss the desire for the youth council again. We've had a little bit of a chance to look at this, and I think there's some there's a few items I think we should consider tweaking and adding a skeleton to. Looking through the old resolution for youth councils, I think establishing a blue ribbon, my suggestion would be establishing a blue ribbon committee would be a little much. Some of the criteria, I think where it might have not got the traction as it did in the past, or where it kind of lost its luster is much like, let's just say like project graduation. Every year, we struggle with project graduation because normally it's a group of parents that, their kids are going out and they want to do something nice, and rightfully so, right? Absolutely 100 rightful. So, but there's nobody to pass the baton on to, for the next year. And in certain cases there is, and then there's a lot of great people that run these organizations, and I'm sure we've all, had our experience with that. But with the youth or the youth council, I think we kind of got to look at that the same way. I think the last time we might have tried to go big, really big, because I remember when we did the nominations, it filled the whole council chambers, and it was a little burden, a little overbearing to try to get everybody involved. And then after attending a few of the Schertz city council meetings, I noticed that they had just like shadows for a day, different council members and the mayor, and they would make a presentation at the meeting, and I thought that was really simple and nice, and that give, but I think more than anything else, before my thought is to establish this, because I think it's a great, healthy exercise for our youth. But I think taking a real slow approach and a real minimal approach and see what the kids are going to accelerate with, let them kind of give them a little bit of the reins to form the organization into what it should be. A lot like the Silver Summer Nights, we had a vision of what it was going to look like and everything else, and it was, and it turned into something totally different within a matter of 3 meetings, and I think it's always a work in progress, and it was always great. I think if we handle this in the same manner, I think it would be something that stands the test of time, where we're not revamping every time we get new students. So before, yes, ma'am. And what did you, before I turn, so first I'd like to turn this over to Peggy, but I'm going to give Councilman, I'm sorry, I'm going to give you the floor. You're the one that put it on the agenda. Councilman Schultz, Mark, Allen, and then Mark. Go ahead.
Okay. I did make a few phone calls to some cities that have these councils presently, and a lot of the difference between the way they do their youth council and the way we've done the 2 youth councils that we've had previously. For those of you that were around for the first youth council, it was a little different than our second youth council. Right. And so, but most of the other city councils that I talked to, or the leaders of those councils, they do theirs a little different. Like we selected someone for each district, and they became that district person. They don't do that.
Don't do that.
They don't do that.
Too.
Yeah, I mean, they don't.
They open it up to all high
They
school
don't elect a mayor, they don't elect a district person for District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They don't do that. And most of them have a council member as a liaison to that meeting. And because a council person that's a liaison can move that meeting or those kids along a lot better than what we've had before, where we've had someone that was a volunteer for the community come in and run that meeting. And some of those people, in our community, even though they're great volunteers for different things, they don't know how city government runs. And so, having a council liaison is much better with the youth council than having a citizen volunteer run that council meeting. You know, and that's what I saw much different than what we've done in the past, both councils.
So obviously, at our last meeting, I don't know the girl's young lady's name, but she came and spoke and she was very passionate. From her demeanor and everything, I believe that there's a lot more kids that are interested in this. And I mean, to be quite frank with you, if my son, if we would have had it now, my son would probably been a part of it, you know, but it's something that we kind of let go to the wayside about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. It's been some time. And so after she came and spoke, we put it on the agenda for that day, and I think it was a consensus for the council that this is something that we should probably look at. I'm willing to be that liaison to start off with, but I think it should be like a rotating liaison. So for each meeting, somebody from the council would come in and kind of mentor these guys. And then also, just my vision is to have the kids be more hands-on with how they're going to establish their rules on how they're going to do things with our input, right? Because I think if we allow them to do that, then it becomes theirs, and they're going to be more prone to actually come in and actually do the meetings and be active in it. And again, handing it off, right? I mean, so I know I looked at the last resolution or ordinance or whatever, and I think, you know, they had from like grades 10 to 11 or 11 to 12. And I think we need to open the aperture up a little bit. I mean, if a ninth grader wants to come in and sit on the council and sit on the student council, then by all means, they should be allowed to do it. And then that can give some continuity as well, you know. So I'm willing to help. I'm willing to do what I can. I'd like to, you know, if we have that young lady's number or whatever, reach out to a group of students that would be willing to come in. We sit down and we kind of talk to them and say, hey, what are your thoughts on this? How do you see this being organized? You're going to be surprised. Some of these students like her she's probably already got it figured out. I mean, at the end of the day, and I'm sure, you know, with some of the stuff that we had, we'll have it figured out as well. But I mean,
we just have to be careful not just look at steel, because a lot of stuff.
Yes,
well, they have to be a civil
100%, and I was gonna say, not just limited to ninth grade, I think Shirts had some, junior students in there as well, you know, I think
I mean, we just gotta look at it from that, you're right, but any similar resident is definitely should be allowed to do this, and I just wondering what the participation rate would be from the actual council itself, right? Because, and I think that was a failure of it in the past, because there was one council member, maybe two, that was kind of leading that charge. We all know who that individual is, but and it failed. I mean, at the end of the day, it didn't succeed, and not because of the council member, but there wasn't an active participation from the rest of the council as well. So, and I agree with you.
The last council, the youth council, was really a citizen volunteer that ran that council. And that council was more, that youth council was more driven for fundraisers than anything else. Instead of trying to learn more about government or whatever, it was more driven for fundraisers. And so I think when you put your resolution together, you have to kind of put maybe what you want.
Some bylaws or something.
You know, something.
And rather than reinventing the wheel, maybe find a city that's been successful. Look at their bylaws, look at their.
TML has a youth advisory guidebook on how to put together youth advisory council.
But here's one of the things that I really think this council should consider. I think having a council member participate is going to be really important. And I don't think the idea of having 6 districts and 1 mayor or having one act like police chief. And what I've seen in some other cities that have done well, it's a group of kids that learn about city government. Not only look at yourselves, before you got elected, probably since you've been on the council, you've seen some things that you never deemed was part of city government. But, learn about city government, give them a little, maybe in this next year's budget, set aside some money where they have the ability to, after they work with the city, see what their city government's all about. Let them go over and visit with John Kemper. Let them go over to watch a commissioner's court. Let them go up to TML. Let them see something. And not have to go through the fundraising where they have to sell so many T-shirts or sell candies or wash cars. Give them a little bit of help with these things.
There is a conference held each year for youth councils. And we did have one of our youth councils go to that youth council, and they get a lot of information because a lot of the youth councils from all over Texas goes, and they can come back with great ideas that they can also interject. But what happened before too is because you elected a mayor and city council, those individuals that didn't get into those positions, they ended up going to the wayside because they didn't get involved.
Who actually elected them? Was it the kids? Was it
No,
the kids out there?
yes, they did.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, I just think where they can get out, obviously they'll make a campaign, however they're gonna campaign. It's just like their student government, right? They got a campaign in school to be president, vice president, all that sort of stuff. They get out and do some campaigning. We have an election form at City Hall or whatever the case might be, however we did in the past. And then we get them in their seats and everything. We just guide them, mentor them. Because right now, at the end of the day, our youth, I think they're some of them know quite a bit about government. They're felt that they understand the politics behind some things and stuff like that. But there's some of them that are blind, and having this available to them, I think, is going to help them in the long run. It's going to help them achieve other things in life.
And this last presidential election did not help them with good form of government.
No.
Not just what the council and the mayor does, but what the city staff does too, as the new city government. They need to know, we try to get them to, for the city staff to brief on all the different departments, and that went to the wayside, that's not what they want.
I mean, those are things that you can have, right? You can have like a city secretary, city manager as well, right? So you have a city manager, city secretary, right? As the students, and not try to blow it up or anything like that, but you have 6 representatives plus the mayor, and then maybe, city secretary, city manager. That way they can see how kind of how it runs and how that all joins together and everything like that. So, I mean,
Well, I actually, it's either going to be 5 or 7.
5 or 7, whatever. I mean, however they do it. But I want the input to be from the students. I don't personally want to dictate how they're going to do it. If they want 7, great, then they go with 7. But we throw ideas out to them and we allow them to build this student council for themselves.
Since Peggy's already starting to get some information and you can get the TML, maybe you can send that out to the council and then they could, maybe we can talk about setting up a future meeting with students about what is it that they're looking for? What do they want to know?
And I will say, in Rockwall, they meet once a month and it's an hour-long meeting.
There you go.
And they don't limit the number of high school, and it's all high school or homeschool in the high school equivalent. And what they do is every month, 2 department heads or 2 community leaders come and speak for 15 minutes only. They're capped at 15 of what their department does and what, and so forth. And then during that month, the students are able to sign up to volunteer, do something in that department that was, presented and whatever and so forth. I know that they're very active in going to the annual conference, only if it's close to the Dallas area, because they don't want to pay the travel expenses to go very far. But they're very active. I mean, every year council does presentations to the officers and then they come and do their yearly report of what they accomplished this past year. and they come and make that presentation to the city council.
There's several cities that are real active. Woodger, what is it, Woodger? They're very active in their youth council also.
So we're gonna get some input from the other council members.
So, with the last year's youth council, actually, when you think about it, there's actually kind of three youth councils, because there was the original youth council that I was not part of. And then there was this huge group of kids. I don't know how many kids, maybe like 50 kids, that were recruited, however, they were not all citizens of Sylvan. And there was a misunderstanding there. And so then it was just a misunderstanding there. And so then we had to, and I may not have been elected yet. I was still on park when that happened. And then, so that kind of died. And then when we made what is officially the second youth council, I was on council, and I was fortunate enough to not only be a councilman, but I was a parent of youth council. And it started with a bunch of kids, maybe 20, about 20 kids, and then they did their elections. And she's right, and Peggy's right in that when they did their elections, the kids that didn't win were sitting in the audience, and they were still participating, but it was council and audience. Okay, and so that's my one thing, is I really strongly, I strongly recommend against having a council, you know, in District 1 and District 2. Although it's a really cool resume thing. I've used it. I'm my junior council member, but you know, I recommend against that. I think it should be more of a youth, youth
Advisory Commission.
Youth Advisory Commission. Okay, not with maybe not with a leader or not with a council, because the kids that don't win, and maybe they showed up, a whole bunch showed up the first meeting, several showed up the second, the third meeting. It was a skeleton crew. It was the kids that won, maybe one or two in the audience that were kids of other council members, and that was it. And so, I strongly recommend against that. What happened to the last council was lack of participation, and I'm not, it was lack of interest. It wasn't lack of participation, because the kids that were the council members, they were core and they were in it. And you know, and they really, unfortunately, I mean, they were focused on, well, how are we gonna pay for our t-shirts? You know, and so if they had a budget, that'd be really cool. And then it was like, well, what projects can we do? And so they started volunteering city projects. We did have some city positions come in and talk to them. I thought it was great. It was a learning experience for me, because I was a freshman councilman at that time. So all of those things were really great. However, we have to focus on recruitment as well, and it can't just be the kids recruiting their friends. During prep days of schools, or if there's a homeschool, charter school group, a homeschool group, then we need to somehow engage with those people. If we as the city want this to continue beyond the core kids that are really interested, we have to put a little bit of effort. We need a booth at prep days.
I totally, we're gonna over what else here. What's going on?
Okay, so I like the idea, and I think the youth council sounds like something we should definitely revisit and do again. As far as, you know, where to find people that want to do it, you know, and if we look at, you know, homeschool and shirts and or Clements and shirts and Steel and Cibolo, maybe it's something we could approach the existing student council and say, you know, would you be willing to nominate, you know, 3 people from Steel and then 4 people from Clements or something like that. So that way we can get, you know, the existing people that are already involved in that type of stuff, you know, to want to go a step beyond and beyond this, you know. And so I think that that'd be a good way to find some people that are already interested in this type of activity. And then as far as their purpose, you know, I like the idea that Frank brought up as far as, you know, following the structure that TML has set out. So that way there's a decent structure. It won't just be a hodgepodge of 50 kids that show up sometimes, don't, you know, there's no real purpose, right? So if you have a structure, then I feel like that would lend to this program, you know, I guess, people that want to stick with it. And then also, I feel like it'd be good if, you know, one of the council members wants to be there to help run the meeting. And then, you know, in order to have this, you know, something that like a baton you pass down, then we could have, you know, if there's not a councilman who wants to do it, then it falls on Mayor Pro Tem. Because we're already not mayor.
Yes, I was
Yeah.
mayor for that. I vote mayor.
And so that way, yeah, we'll always have it. And then also, I feel like that they one of their core activities could be to make recommendations to council. So that way, you know, that way at the end of the day, you know, every month they have some recommendation to us, you know, and we'll take that into consideration, look at it as an agenda, you know. And so let me just wrap up, and then by all means. And then, you know, as far as, you know, them having activities to do, like, you know, we could have them, you know, help out with Civil Summer Nights, you know, that could be one of their main priorities during that time of year. During other times of year, they could help out with the Civil contest, you know, just the types of things that are important to Civil. And so we could have, you know, these people focused, you know, these students focused on, you know, coming up with a solution on, you know, the 7 of them, you know, the ones that are, you know, elected. And if they could learn Robert's Rules of Order and have that be, you know, the way that they structure their meetings, it'll be a lot more formal than we are. You know, so that way it would give them, you know, the opportunity to learn that and to become parliamentarians, to be able to take that to the next level. You know, because if you learn that when you're young, you know, that's a valuable, I mean, most kids don't know that, you know, so this is just my ideas and, you know, things that I think we could do to, you know, bring this great idea to, you know, to fruition.
One other thought about from experience.
I'm glad thank you. I'm glad the young lady brought the idea back up, and the risk of patching cell phone back. I didn't become involved with the city till March of 17. And I remember coming to Miss Peggy, it was in the summer, and I said, hey, there used to be this thing, I was talking to Eric Perez, I do have some permission to use his name in public here. I wouldn't throw, it's not throwing him under the bus, I wouldn't want him to be surprised, well, why hasn't mentioned my name? So I approached him and I said, hey, Eric, I'm new to the city and how the city does business. You've been around, can we tag team and do this? And of course, that idea of philosophy, he did provide me some good feedback on more lessons learned on at least how that last iteration was arranged. His son was in it. But going in some of the ideas that have tossed out here I've had some of those down myself in a little different form. I do want them to have structure, whether it's following TML or borrowing from TML. The bottom line would be, my vision is to have kids learn the basics of municipal life. What does it take to make the city function? It doesn't matter if it's size of San Antonio or it's us. We teach, you know, home, at least in Texas, there's the home rule, there's, you know, the other version. Here's Civil, here's what we have, here's what it takes. It can be a simple lesson thing. I didn't know, you know, like, well, why can't the city tell that business not to come here? Why can't they tell me? Well, because there are this thing called Texas Local Government Code, and the city can't tell a business not to come, you know, those things. And then once I learned some of that, then that helped me to constituents and explain. They didn't not necessarily like the answer, but at least they understood why certain things couldn't happen in the city. And I would just love to give maybe more of a seminar than a council. Maybe that's where you were coming at, Frank, with the type of initiative.
Yes.
And when it gets started, and maybe it's us that almost like not really a syllabus, but this is what we, and it's a year by year, you know, session, almost like a legislature. This is what we would love for you guys to accomplish, 1 or 2 things in the next year. And what's that deliverable? Almost like a capstone on the back end. You know, what's that? Makes them proud they accomplished something. And maybe it's recommending it. They decide what that thing's going to be, but they come to us with an ordinance, or maybe it's a new or amending one. or Cibolo Summer Nights didn't exist, and we want you guys to focus on something to give back to the community, because that's an important thing. They came up with that concept. And it's something and be very proud, it would be their idea. It's not us telling them how to build a watch. We just say, hey, we'd like a watch built, and they go out and do it and come back. The things that didn't work out well the last time, at least the feedback I got, was that they thought that 9 months was actually too short unless you got your goals set out right at the beginning and you can hit the ground running. Of course, you get lots of turnover in the summer. Seniors, not that they're not worthy, you can't do it, but their mind's on something else, especially that second semester. So opening it up to freshmen or younger, or I would say, hey, the kid's interested. I mean, some kids love the policy and, the government stuff. Get them interested, now. And as somebody else mentioned here, it might have been Councilman Allen, now they're used to the parliamentarian piece. And then when they become an adult, maybe they're running for city council somewhere in their 20s. And their interest was sparked through something like this. But not to have it be when I got into the minutes of at least the last iteration we had, the activities didn't match the description on the city's website, and it became more of it appeared to be more of a community or a service project, which is a good thing, but that's not if that's how it had been arranged, great. That's not the description or the charter given to them. So I think I'm hearing, we'd like to have them focus on how city works or why planning has to do certain zoning or finance or whatever the department is. And then boom, at the end of it, whatever timeline you put on it, you either have it just be a rolling thing or say, from this date to this date, this is what we're going to accomplish with you guys. And then they have a tangible result on the back end. Whatever that thing is, that's theirs to decide.
And the last group was 9 to 12, from 9th grade to
9 to
12th.
Yeah, it's a wide.
Like it's their time, right? They're already, they've got band or they've got sports, or they've got work. And maybe that's where some of that involvement comes, the issues come in because this list of things they gotta get done just in school.
And I think that's why we limited the meetings, and most of the people I talked to, they limit the meetings to 1 hour because of the different activities kids are involved in and the homework that they have to do and everything you have to.
And yeah, I got some feedback from Eric. I don't know. So he got some feedback.
And when we go forward, whatever we decide, I think to get that word out, go to the 2 high schools, go to the district and ask them to help be our advertisement for it. Whether they're coming from a student council or just, Johnny, Susie student who said, well, that might be something I want to do. And I think that'll help us get the word out. And if we're limiting it to civil abuse, yes, it's exclusionary, I know, but
Yeah,
start somewhere.
Well, if we do the commission thing, I don't know that Shirts has got anything going on right now. We do like Frank Garza was saying, do more of a commission. We could have anyone from the surrounding areas come and be a part of it. Because I'm gonna tell you, a lot of them have gone to school together, and they get to a certain age and they go to this school, they go to that school.
If it's a committee, commission, board, or whatever, the city charter says it must be citizens of the city of Cibolo.
Because some Cibolo students go to.
But they do, yes.
Yes, everything down south goes to Plymouth.
Yeah.
You've got a lot, Deer Creek goes to Plymouth.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's split.
I mean, it seems like everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, target the subscribers that Councilman Hicks, Councilman Gibbs, and I think all.
I'm good with that.
So I'll be brief.
That's why I said I'm rich.
I like the approach the best, because everybody gets engaged. I don't like the district approach as much. We've got to have structure. You can't say, what do you want to do? Because structure is repeatable. And if we have good structure, they're gonna learn something, they're gonna get something from it. And one of the most important things from them besides their knowledge is to be able to write on their resume for college. Here's what we did, here's what we accomplished, and it means something. Just writing on there that you served on city student council isn't meaningful. We did these things, I learned these things, those are meaningful in the transcript. I think the end result is that's what they need to get out of it.
And I agree that the structure needs to be there and everything like that. You know, and we, you know, if we do it as a commission or however it is, you know, they're still gonna have to have a chair or co-chair to run the meetings and all that stuff. And everybody gets an opportunity to vote, yea or nay, majority wins, all that sort of stuff. We can't get more people involved, you know, and I didn't like the district approach either. So, you know, I'm just, how can we do it? You know, at the end of the day, if it's something that we're interested in, and my thought is that we as council need to be vested in it as well, right? And I'm willing to be vested in it at the beginning, but then I'll need help as this thing starts to move forward and everything like that. So, I mean,
I got a suggestion for that. So we've heard a lot of different opinions and philosophies on how this should go. One thing that's real consistent is our two resolutions, 1489 and 1331, they read identical. Whereas the city council desires to in community and recognizes, appreciates the value of youth and community. And whereas the city of Cibolo has many students that attend both public and private schools and are homeschooled, and whereas the city of Cibolo desires to involve those citizens of high school age in the governance of the community. If council agrees, then we just, Peggy, help me out with this a little bit, we just dust off and reiterate these resolutions that are identical. Leave everything else off, all the nuts and bolts. We establish a meeting date. The council members that want to participate and fill in the skeleton to participate, we contact a few stakeholders, like have been suggested. We look at the TML guidelines. We look at the youth commission, you know, philosophy. Look at the elected philosophy, different ones. More importantly, we hear from the kids that are excited about doing this, and kind of help form a skeleton to where when we bring it back, then we can talk about all the rest of the guts of the program.
yeah, and like I said, you know, if we want to do this, I don't know.
Yeah, keep it to 3 council members. Just remember that.
That's fine.
It's gonna be posted, so you can actually.
We need to post it.
Okay.
So, I mean, do we need to approve the formation of the council, and that way we can come back with a resolution?
I would like to see somebody make a motion to relook at the first 3 paragraphs of resolution 1489. Restructure resolution 1489. First 3 paragraphs, we set a time and date for the youth council meeting, talk to some interested parties and stakeholders, and come back and move forward.
So good.
Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been made by Councilman Gibbs, second by Councilman Schultz, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you all.
Next, we have discussion action on city civil finding a solution for subdivision within Cibolo's ETJ within sewer service and status of discussion of the county officials regarding Pumpkin Hall. Councilman Finn.
So I have 2 individuals that are standing out in the hallway that are gonna talk a lot more about this. But I know everybody has been on the emails. They've seen the email threads, they've seen the email traffic. When it comes to this Pumpkin Hall, when it comes to everything that's going on in the ETJ with sewage and everything along that lines. What I'm concerned about is that we were under the impression at one time that the county had restrictions on us when it came to the sewage and the ETJ. Come to find out, based off of TAC and a few other things, and an agreement that we have with the county, we as a city of Cibolo pretty much have authority and say so over Pumpkin Hall and everything else that goes this way. So before I go any further and stuff, because I think we need to have a real good understanding, the chair and the co-chair, I asked them to come and speak more on this because they are very educated on what's going on. And, you know, they can kind of just brief the council, because what I'm running into is as I go try to talk to the chair and the co-chair, there's not much they can say to me because obviously they don't want to walk in quorum, you know, and things of that nature. So they try to send out emails, and right now it just,
Yeah,
it's just right now I'm overloaded with emails and I really want to get to some answers and I'm hoping that they can address their concerns to us here in the open forum to where we can actually understand what's going on, to where we don't have to worry about walking the forum, because like I said, every time I go to the chair, Ms. Ladler, she's like, I'd love to talk to you, but I'm afraid she's afraid about walking the forum and so forth. So Ms. Ladler and her co-chair is here to give us some insight on all of this and educate us a little bit. So please, take off your mask if you want to talk. I mean, I'm going to leave the floor to you. You are a lot more educated and rehearsed in all of this. So than I am.
I'm nervous.
Than I am. So all eyes are on you, Ms. Letterman. If you'd like to go ahead and take the podium.
So first I want to thank you for putting this on the agenda. One of the things that people I think don't realize when you work with the city government or municipality is how careful you have to be about how you share information from one council person to the other. And so one of the reasons for being a subcommittee and one of the reasons for coming before you tonight is to ensure that we are following all of our obligations for to not engage in walking forums or in providing information outside of the public purview. And so since this was something that we were pretty concerned about, we wanted to come before you, share our concerns. We have been sharing those concerns with other people, and I feel we do have some forward progress, but I think it's something that y'all need to be aware of, working together as the representatives, and then providing us a very clear direction, because we were, what brought this about was some miscommunication or difficulty in understanding or lack of clarity. There was an issue, and it was specifically about sewer services in our ETJ. So right now we're looking at portions of our ETJ that have conflicting issues with their sewers. So some of our ETJ is in the CCMA's legislative coverage area, but that also might be within the GV SUD's CCN or CNN. And so where those areas conflict is directly behind Councilman Gibbs' subdivision, that big swatch. I don't know if you remember the silent vote that occurred. It's all about that subdivision right there between us and Santa Clara. And so I started looking into that because I didn't think it was something that you all would particularly care for, 800, 900 homes on Pumpkin Hall. And what actually did the solution look like? And the deeper I dug that hole, the more fearful I became that we might not get the outcome we want or that we would hope for the citizens in our adjacent to us or actually within our city. So I want to share some of those concerns, and I'm going to start first of all, I'm not going to try to understand the lawsuit or all of the laws, but I think some of the initial concern came from the Public Utility Commission assigning the GV SUD a sewer CCN. And then the conflict between CCMA, the SUD, the cities, We all know that's been a highly contentious relationship. And so what developed was the GV SUD went and tried to pull in 2015 or 16 a permit to build a new sewer facility. And in 2019, after a SOA docket, like a little administrative law judge setting, they went in and the administrative law judge said, look, there's some problems with you dumping sewage into the Cibolo Creek watershed, okay? And they made some recommendations because the SUD hadn't done a cost analysis, a bottom line analysis. The SUD hadn't fulfilled its obligation to contact Schertz and Cibolo. And so there was a bunch of things that this judge had kind of lined out and said, this doesn't look right. This doesn't seem right. And so we recommend strongly against it. First, because you didn't complete your application and the financials. And second, because this is dumping a different sewer plant into the Cibolo Creek watershed. So the administrative law judge doesn't make a ruling, he just makes a recommendation. So he recommended to TCEQ and he said, hey guys, I don't think you should do this, but for whatever reason, TCEQ did do that. And then there was some litigation. And then there was an outcome to that litigation. And now there's pending litigation again. And I don't want to get into that. What I want to talk about is we know that this exists. We know that this conflict exists. And we know the struggle that we've had as a community of us on the Planning and Zoning Commission and you all in the silent vote, remaining silent vote, that this is a problem. And I would like to see us be able to come up with a better solution. So after a certain meeting where certain issues were brought up, I went to Councilman Wolver and I asked him to please look into some of these issues for me to get clarity on procedure and also clarity on what council wanted me to do. What do you need from me? And I felt we had done a good job in this December meeting of establishing sort of a protocol. And part of that protocol was reaching out to the county and saying, what do? We don't like this. This is an ETJ. This feels bad, 800, 900 homes on Pumpkin Hall, and we don't have solutions. So we went to the county. I was on a phone call, and TG went to the county, and they basically said, we have the MOU with you. You do this. We had located some TAC codes that talked about not having subpar development within your community, that it would, that basically that would violate the TAC codes or statutes, or I don't know the correct word. It just would be bad. And so there's language in our TAC that demonstrates that. So here's what I'm really concerned about. We have these pumpkin halls on a preliminary plat through our city. But I cannot honestly tell you, after doing some extensive research, what the outcome of the pending litigation is going to be and how that is going to impact us. Does that mean if they lose, that we are going to have to take the pumpkin hall? The pumpkin hall is going to continue on? Or is the city going to annex and take the sewer on? There are some issues that I think we need to look at before we get to final plat, because it doesn't look like a good outcome is coming in. Best case scenario, we are years possibly out, because I've asked for any communication with landowners in the path of the sewage line that isn't even being considered yet, to put the pipe there, to actually put the service there. So my question is, when we look at this plat that's coming up, what do we do about it? I need guidance. I need solutions from you guys, because I don't want something that I want guidance so that if something bad happens, we're prepared. We have a plan in place and we know these are the actions that the leaders of our city want us to take in this particular case. I don't know if I did a good job of explaining that. Want to add anything to that? That's our primary concern.
I've got a quick question. Can you give that case number of pending litigation to Frank? So he can take a look at it and let us know, whether or not the outcome of that particular case is gonna, really decide whether or not, we can either allow or disallow pump and haul in our ATJ.
Last month, I provided it to Mr. Linder.
Okay.
And so based off of the tech, from what I understand, the way I understand it, because there is no sewage infrastructure in place, and there is no plan, there's no real plan of action, we should have made a different decision for this pump and haul solution, right? We probably should not have allowed the pump and haul solution to happen. And so we kind of did that on another one. What was listening to?
Well, let me just provide a little bit of what I would feel is clarity. First of all, the initial lawsuit, Cibolo was a part of. The appeal process of that lawsuit, I think that Mr. Garza's firm is very familiar with that litigation, and to the extent that he has available, they're familiar with it. And I would talk less about what we did in the past and more about preparing, because right now we have a preliminary plan, and more about preparing.
For who?
For Grace Valley.
Grace Valley, that's what I was getting ready to jump into, is Grace Valley, because there is a preliminary plat. However, there's no infrastructure, and there's no plan for that infrastructure to be put in place anytime soon.
Yeah, but doesn't the existing litigation between Cibolo, Insurance, and CCMA, and GVSD involve, tracks that are south of SBA? I didn't know there was any news, guys.
We can't really talk about that, right?
Well, not right now.
Yeah, I'm more interested in us having, I'm kidding.
You're fine.
I've got a question. You brought up different things, but one thing is you brought up CCMA's legislative district.
Yes.
I'd like to look more at that, but another thing you brought up, which we all know, everybody in this room knows about it, is their plan is to go from one side of 10 all the way up to Wild Road. But they haven't contacted landowners to buy easements.
That's my biggest concern. That's a huge concern.
No, it's a huge concern because that same thing happened to us in another instance with the road. So absolutely. Well, I'm trying to.
You know what?
That makes sense.
I've got some, I think I might have some legal questions that I'd like to go into executive session about with Ms. Latimer.
She can't.
Can she be in there?
She can't be here as a P and Z?
Is she?
She's a P and Z
Not a P
chair.
and Z matter,
Huh?
not a P and Z matter.
No.
When an ATJ, that's outside.
Why this is important, I think that we address it in the ATJ initially, is because we're going to run into this south of Gillespie Road. And I've sent Mr. Klein an email, and I forwarded his responses to you all about what are we gonna do south of Gillespie Road, because our CCN the CCN south of Gillespie Road look like a patchwork quilt, right? So how are we gonna resolve that? Are we gonna have like crossing sewer lines and maybe that's what we do. I mean, maybe that's the solution. But I know that there's money in the CIP to purchase CN, and it's a line item. There was a line item in this that I looked at.
Purchase a CCN?
It was part of, to fund the legal cases associated.
Okay.
And that was with the U.S. District Court lawsuit. And then we, the city, along with TCEQ, were sued by Green Valley for the decision that she talked about earlier, where the administrative judge said, this is not ready yet, and the TCQ supported it. You know, it seems to me, and I don't know if we can do this, but maybe it would be worth buying a little bit of Frank's time to sit down with Mr. Benson and Ms. Latimer and just sit down and identify what the issues are in her mind and let Frank respond to the full council and to Ms. Latimer and Mr. Benson. This is what we think is the case, and maybe a council member could participate in that as well. I think some of the areas that we're going down tonight are legally sensitive items that probably we need to be careful not to address tonight. As you know, I did send out a letter to the council today about conversations with Green Valley SUD about some of the litigation. And so I think we're trying to address those items, but I think the question needs to be, how do they handle sewer that's not at the site, ready to go into service? And is there a legal way to say, if you don't have the sewer line in place, we're not going to let you operate? And that's the question I think that needs to be answered.
And I had briefly, for about 20 minutes, able to talk to Richard today to try to get briefed on this item, since he was the one working on the analysis. And he was not ready for tonight either, but I will tell you that it involves the city. To some limited extent, it does involve the county. I know they wash their hands, but it does involve the county. And it definitely involves TCEQ. Because there's a letter from one of the developers that TCEQ issued that allowed them for pump and haul for up to 50 homes. But the problem is, it's been platted for about 350 homes. What happens if they've not met their requirements? Do they continue to keep pump and hauling, or they stop at 50 homes? Those are all things we're researching right now.
Are you seeing 5-0 or
5-0.
5-0?
50. The CCQ authorized pump and haul for 50 homes. But the question is, they're authorized for more than 50 homes. So what is the enforcement mechanism? Does TCEQ get involved? Does the city get involved? How do, so there's a lot of questions we still have to answer.
These pump and hauls that we approved, can we go back and reevaluate them based on what we've learned, based on the tax rules that we've looked at, right? And based on us with the understanding now that we have complete say-so over how the ETJ does stuff, and the county's kind of said, that's on you guys.
We don't have complete say-so.
Well, but I'm just saying, can we go back and look at this and say, oops, we made a mistake. Y'all are not.
I think a lot of that hinges on the way, the size of the tanks and how the county regulates the size of the tanks. Not this adversarially, but there's no less adversarial way for me to say it, is to say that I don't want to go and sit down and talk to the attorney. I want to sit down and talk to you all. I want your leadership, and if you feel that the attorney needs to answer those questions, that's all right. I think Councilman Gibbs and Councilman Woolever and Councilman Hicks and the mayor can understand my deep concern in doing that. I want my bosses to tell me and to hear the concern, set up some way for me to address it, and then define for council how they defend your position. And obviously they're going to give you some input to what that position is, but I am very hesitant to do it any other way than that, because when I initially spoke to Councilman Quinn, just so you know, that a little bit of stress, I'm here, I feel very positive, I feel like we're going to get to the bottom of it, but just so that you know where we stood on this less than a month ago was when Councilman Quinn kept asking me questions. I told him I would not speak to him on this unless I could come speak to everybody. And then at that time, I also told him I will not speak to you about it until you put my hand on the Bible and put me under oath. I am going to tell you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what I know is to be the truth. And what I don't know, I will ask you to fix for me. So I want to stress to you that I understand there's a lot of politics and issues and things that have to be dealt with, but we can come up with a comprehensive plan. We know that the county only approves 5,000 gallon tanks. Right now, we know that that's not what's in there. If you look at what TCEQ approved, it's something like that, right, Rudy, the 5,000 gallon tank. So if we look at the letter of the law, which is not my responsibility, but is my responsibility. If we look at the letter of the law, we come back and we say, we can't approve this because it swerves off of the road of the letter of the law. And I believe in all of my limited understanding of the law, of the statutes that we're supposed to be governed by, that this is reasonable for us to say, because this is a real public health and safety threat. This is a real stinky situation.
Okay, no, I'm not stopping you, continue, I just want to speak after you. I'm just thinking, no, you are so intelligent, okay?
Oh my gosh, thank you.
You're sharing so much information, but it's very generalized, and I'm trying to filter it down to what is the question?
That's what I was just gonna address.
In
Jennifer.
the end, the question is yes or no.
Well, I mean, this gets to the problem, is that we've had discussions that not everybody's entitled, or not everybody knows about. And I'm beyond frustrated with it. I get the legal reasons why that's the case, but at some point, everybody needs to hear what actually has happened.
Well, I think.
And I feel like it's very difficult to have that conversation, and then tonight it's all, Karen, I can go talk to the lawyer again. That's not who needs to hear all of the things that have gone on. Now, that's why she said, testify, put me under oath, let me tell what I know. And it doesn't help to go back and get, I mean, we talked to Mr. Linder right after the planning and zoning meeting last month in February. I mean, that 5-minute conversation, it's incredible.
Yeah.
And so, but I can't come here and tell you that because that's not on the agenda. It's not, we need to have some time where we can actually just sit down and tell you what we think. We may be totally wrong, but you need to hear it because I think it's important.
How's the best way to do that? Frank shop?
Yes, or just we prepare with our subcommittee or any council person that wishes to prepare for us. We prepare the data in a format that's acceptable to the council. We submit and propose solutions to legal based on what we think may be solutions you might drive towards. And then we come together again in a meeting, in a public meeting like this. I'm fine with that. And we present to you some ideas and you guys go home, think about them, read the information, and then come back to us and either with more questions or direction. But my gut feeling is we need to do it as quickly as possible. We need to do it based on as close to the letter of the law as we can in terms of the tanks and the TCEQ letter and those things.
We need a tidy bow is what we need. We need so we've met with the county, we've met subcommittee levels. You guys have met as P and Z. We talked about with staff, we talked about with council, we talked about with our law firm. You know, if we had something substantial to look at, you know, we talked, you know, about, you know, the TAC chapter 364 at our last meeting with the county, and this, what does that mean? So like, are we not authorized to approve preliminary plats? Or, you know, all these things need to be spelled out for us, because I think the intent of all of everybody's intent is not to have pump and haul, and not to, you know, and not to have them driving over our roads, not to have them dumping in, you know, places they shouldn't be dumping them, and you know, so how do we tidy this up and kind of wrap this up in a bow? And I guess we're really looking at our city manager and our city attorney
try to put this to a head, because I think we already know what the intent is and the end result that we want to achieve. So what substance can we add on those bones to add a little meat to it? So, because when we go, hold on, Mr. H, because when we go to, our immediate thing is to look at the county authorities. And so when we take it to the county level, they're like, well, you guys are well within your rights to put a stop to it, and that they shouldn't be doing that. And then, we go away from the meeting, how many of there was in attendance? 10, 15, 12, whatever, number of people, and then 2 weeks later, we get, an email, well, it's up to you, whatever. We need an action item. We need something that we can act on. How do you, wrap a bow around it and
But we need to find out what went wrong and how do we do that? Is that through an investigation?
Well,
is that through a workshop? I mean, how do we find out what went wrong?
I can tell you that this, see, and again, executive session stuff, so general terms, I can tell you vastly different information was discussed. I mean, just decisions were made based on vastly different.
I share your feelings on that, but I also want to make a very clear point, because I am not completely against Funky Paul, okay? Because in the case of one of our subdivisions, it potentially provides us the time that we had a bond in place, we had money in place, we had control of the system. Our public works director, our city engineer, they were moving us towards a real solution. And you could see that. You could see where the money was coming from. You could see the plans that they had laid and put out to bid. And we knew we were going to have a solution for that. Okay. So they brought you it. It was something that it was uncomfortable, but we had a solution to it. This, I'm not sure that there is a solution. And if there is a solution, it is a looming solution, meaning many years down the road. As an example, yes.
So TCEQ, tell me why I can't say no. I want somebody to tell me why I can't say no, because.
I think he can answer that question for you.
Okay.
But he also, he had just brilliant idea. Maybe the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council can have a joint meeting and have an executive session. And then if you're in the executive session, we can discuss all the different things.
I think one of the things that Ms. Latimer said was, she wanted to be able to present solutions to the council, and the council take those back and consider them and so forth. But if we have a joint workshop, they're able to present those presentations. We're then able to have discussions, and it starts getting to the legal aspect. Maybe that's where we have either Lowell or someone from his firm who's been doing the GVSUD lawsuit from the outset, part of the conversation to let us know what.
Can we zoom them in?
We're going to need time to prepare that, then Frank, and how much time do we need to prepare that? I'll ask Ms. Latimer now.
Well, let me add one more thing, and I understand that maybe a little frustration about maybe visiting with the attorneys, but one of the things that I think is going to be important, I really think it's important, is we've got memorandums from Ms. Latimer, Mr. Willimer, someone else, and we've responded to them. But if there's other questions that need to be responded to, so when you get to that meeting, at least the legal people will have the answer to share with you, rather than having two different meetings. Get it, sit down one day, take 3 hours, and address what we can, or let them address what they can.
Yeah, my question right this second though is filtering this down. If they're approved for 50 houses, but they've submitted a plot for 350, well, they don't have approval for 350, they have approval for 50. Why can't we just say, no, you have approval for 50?
It's a preliminary plat. They still can't dig a hole in the ground to build homes with a preliminary plat.
Okay.
They still have to come back. Correct me if I'm wrong. They still have to come back.
That is correct.
So all a preliminary plat is just the plan. They still cannot do any construction. So that's why there's really no saying no to preliminary plat, because it doesn't do anything until you get into the more final aspects of it. And I know they disagree, but that's the law. It's a preliminary plat. It's not anything that gives them a right to build anything.
We have an obligation to vote as a committee working under your direction.
They don't like following our guidance when it's. They have
Everyone-
legal authority to say no to if it meets all the terms and conditions.
Wait.
It does.
Can I just,
Preliminary plat doesn't allow them to build anything.
it would have really been nice that night if somebody would have actually given legal advice that I asked for 3 times. Instead, I was given a did I even know that?
You can go there.
Please don't go there. Don't go. That's not our job. It's our job.
This is why this has to happen somewhere else, because that question was asked 3 times and ignored 3 times.
Our job is to represent you, the council.
And follow the laws of the ordinances.
Well, I don't know what the law was because the attorney.
I don't think my council.
I think we're straying so far off, so we have a resolution and
Yes, sir.
everybody, so we have a resolution to have a
I
conversation
would like to
with
say
a lot
one,
more facts, because I will remind everybody, let's bring facts to the meeting. Let's everybody gather facts that has something to contribute. Let's centralize them. You can send them to Peggy, and we can send them to Peggy. And that's gonna be a start. We're gonna centralize our facts. We're gonna have a joint meeting. We're gonna have an executive session. We're gonna discuss that, and then we're gonna cross some items off the list, and then and we're gonna move forward with some solutions. Because at the end of the day, I don't wanna get in any kind of finger pointing. I don't wanna get in any kind of revamping history. I want a solution to end this pumping hole, period. And right now, everybody's talking in tongue, and some people understand it, some people don't, because everybody in this room isn't privy to all the same information. So we're not gonna continue this conversation.
Step 1 would be to have one senator.
Mr. Gibbs has something to say, first, Steve.
So,
Councilman Gibbs, and then you, thank you.
pardon me, but I'm sick and tired of this conversation. Can told, we've been kicking this can down the road for 2 years. We've been being told one thing, county, we have to go down to the county, and we have to go down to the city, and we can't do this, we can't do this. So, yeah, we need all the questions, we need all of them posed early, so research can be done. But when we have this meeting, I want everybody in the room that can get us the answers. I want to come out of that room with a plan that we can execute. And either all as one say, yeah, we can do this, or no, we're helpless. Whatever the answer is, I want the answer. I'm tired of this.
Yep. So I'm waiting for Mr. Gibbs. So first, step 1 is all these emails that have been going around and they've been filtered to one person and everything. Every single council member needs to have a copy of those emails. It needs to be packaged up and sit, because there's information that's being left out, right? So I'm privy to some things, I'm not privy to some things. And so, as Ms. Schultz said, there's a gap, right? And there's a big gap. And I want to know what these 2 individuals up here know, and a couple other council members in this room know. But I want to know it because we need to figure it out, and we need to figure it out quickly.
Right. And time is not on our side.
No.
I would just like to say, I deeply respect our city attorney, the firm, and the work that they do for us. I do not always agree with them, but at the same time, it is not that I like or I don't like their advice. When I'm looking at a situation in front of me, I am constantly thinking about the people that you and I serve and how we apply the letter of the law to make this community what I know you guys want to represent. That means more to me than the attorney perceiving me liking or disliking this information. So that's why I came to you today. I don't want you to think I don't want to accept the attorney's advice.
Well, we have a good opportunity in front of us, and everybody, put their best foot forward, bring the information and solutions to our meeting, and we can set it here on the next agenda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, we will contact the attorneys that represent the city, and I'll get with Peggy and maybe look at a calendar date in the near future. It could be 2 weeks, it could be
Yeah,
We would-
I
I don't know.
I realize that, but we, yes, sir.
We'll try to get it as soon as possible.
Thank you.
And then I'll get the information Mr. Quinn requested to the council. I know I copied the council everything I have. There may be some documents.
We're getting, like I said, we start getting paid, put them in a file and everyone's privy to it. And they do print it out and have it available.
I'll try to make it in everyone sees it and make sure everyone gets it.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Thank you all. Item 9, discussion on the weather event, February 13th through 20th, to include utilities, roads, damage to city facilities, et cetera. I'll turn this over to you, Mr. Herrera.
And I will, before we start, guys, what I wanted to do with this portion, I'm sorry, Mr. H, I didn't even step into this. We do have presentations from the different departments, but what I ask council is that we do not ask questions during the presentation, because what we're gonna do is Chris is gonna craft this into snippets, and put it on our website. So for frequently asked questions or Q&A on our website, if a citizen is just interested in what happened with the water, they can go relate to that. I don't want to get it so convoluted and, hold your questions to the end, in other words. So we have a nice clean video that we can show our constituents.
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, let me start off with, I am extremely proud of the efforts from your city staff when the winter storm, Uri, came in. We were anticipating a storm of maybe 3 days, and it turned out to be approximately 7 days. Because of the problems that were associated with the long term, it really tested our staff members. We recognize a lot the police, we recognize the fire department, and we talk about what a good job that they're doing. But I gotta tell you, the public works department this time around is doing an outstanding job. And so what we put together is a recap. We're gonna start with the water, then we're gonna talk about the financial cycle building that we think can make some changes. Then lastly, I'm gonna bring Kelly Craig to talk about some of the financial concerns, not financial, some of the building damages that we have, which the big scheme of things with our deductible could be a good thing for the city for long term. So with that, Chris or Tim, who's going to start?
I'll lead off and then Chris will go through this. Essentially, Chris is going to cover how our system kind of operates. This is the diagram you see here, and then we're going to look at the actual event that we covered the other day when we were in our meeting. And we're going to show you tank levels and how things progress and through those things. I'm going to turn this part over to Chris, and then we'll bring Anna and Maggie in. And then I'll come back in with Kelly for the last section. Go ahead.
Mayor and Council, so just to give you this is not to scale, this is just to give you a generalized idea of how our water system is laid out. Going from left to right, the plant 3 ground storage tank that you see there, that's where the water comes in at Main Street, South Main Street, and pumps lifted into the air into the plant 3 elevated storage tank, which hydraulically is equivalent to the plant 1 ground storage tank up on Cibolo Valley Drive. Pumps then lift that water again into the upper pressure zone, into the plant 1 elevated storage tank and the plant 2 elevated storage tank, which are hydraulically equivalent as well. So that just to give you an idea of the progression of how our water moves through the system.
So at plant 1 and plant 3, South Main Street, let's plan on Cibolo Valley Drive, there's also a pumping station there. Each of those pumping stations has 4 pumps, each pump capable of moving approximately 1,500 gallons each. Combined with 3 or 4 pumps running, that's the limit of the manifold, the ability to move water through there. We can move just short of 5,000 gallons per minute through the system. That's important to that conversation. We talked about lifting. When we take it from the ground tank to an elevated tank, from a ground tank to an elevated tank, we also have the ability to push water directly into the system instead of pushing water up in the air by changing valve location. So we can take groundwater in a tank and push it directly into the system to expedite pressure into a system to try and maintain pressure as a system has a challenge.
So with that being said, we're gonna move on to the.
Don't get too attached to it. Play the part.
Oh, it's. I thought this was a mistake.
It's the greens one.
All right, oh, yes, that is on the book. Okay, so as you will see here, in reference back to the last picture, we're in the lower pressure zone and the upper pressure zone. Everything on the bottom here is the water and tank levels that are relative to the lower pressure zone. So what you're seeing here.
Would it be okay if we, I think everybody might be able to see that better when I lower the lights. I think you might have a hard time reading the bottom chart.
Yeah, the blue is pretty hard to see.
That help?
Yeah. There we go. So on the lower chart there, you'll see the blue is going to be our ground storage tank level on the lower plane. That's the main street. And that is equivalent to the blue set of numbers there. The red line is going to be the elevated storage tank that is on Main Street that we lift the water up into. The yellow line is going to be the ground storage tank that the water is hydraulically equivalent to up at Cibolo Valley Drive. We take that water from there and lift it the next step. As you'll notice in the two charts, the yellow on the lower one and the white on the upper one look almost identical. That's because it's the same tank, but on the upper plane, it's used as the ground storage tank. So that's why I have it on there, so you can see the relevance of that to the other tanks as the event happened. Also on the upper one, you'll see the red and blue lines. That is the two elevated storage tanks. Both of those run on this red chart here. That is the two elevated tanks. And the reason for the discrepancy between the two is the slight difference in where the sensor is on there. They are relatively equivalent most all the time. As you can see by the trend, they pretty well follow each other everywhere they go. So just to give you an idea of what happened and what you're seeing here. So prior to the event, coming into it, each one of these tick marks is a 12-hour period on both scales. You'll see that as we went into the event, everything looks roughly the same coming in. And I operate within a very narrow window of range. As you can see there, there's not much change in that. We get to this first big transition here on this ground storage tank from Cibolo Valley Drive. Yeah, that was the first freeze event, the very first hard cold. And what had happened was one of our sensors that gives us that reading, when it froze up, it's the ice swelled up in the line and pushed against the sensor and busted the little diaphragm there because give us our star reading. We got that repaired, and then the next day it got even colder, and we lost the sensor inside the elevated storage tank at Cibolo Valley Drive. That is this transition you see here in that red line. So as you notice, the red line made a drastic change. The blue line were relatively consistent. And as you see, things are going down there. That's what you're seeing there. That is when Canyon Regional Water Authority was having issues getting water to us. We were still receiving some water, but it was erratic. As it got to the point where they were no longer sending us water, you can see that it slowly, gradually eases down to the point where it just drops off on the upper plane completely down to empty on most all the tanks, and then slowly starts rising back up as I'm trying to refill the tank when they started sending us water. And if you notice at that same time period on the lower plane, there was a few dips as the system was sitting there bobbing when it got down into the pipe of the tank, elevated tanks. But the average maintained, and that's what kept the lower plane from having to issue the boil water hose.
So the reason that it didn't go all the way down, even though we were losing water, is because at that point in time, we had switched our pumps over to basically reduce pressure and volume instead of just moving volume to the top of the tank. So by changing some valve positions, we can actually force water into the system consistently to keep the pipes full so we don't lose pressure. As long as we have just enough coming in to keep up with the volumes of the pumps going out. When that volume drops below that, then essentially we wind up with what you had on the top screen. The blue line just started dropping and then went flat on the bottom. That meant there was no water in any of the tanks, and without any water, we can't try to pump on it. Push.
And so as you can see, as we come out of the event, there was a real slow transition coming back. There was a very low rate of feed that they were giving us water. But as we got back up, coming out of the event, once we made it up here further into the week, in the next week, this is where everything returned back to normal relative operations to prior to the event. Does anybody have any questions about that? That I can feel?
I think they're gonna ask the questions at the end.
Okay.
All right, so what we're gonna do at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, we'll transition to the next section, which is utility billing, and then we'll come in and talk about the infrastructure and operation. Thank you.
Didn't hear the first part of the conversation, but we'll come in on this slide. The things that we're doing in regards to the severe weather is we are not applying penalties to cycle 1 bills. Cycle 1 had a repeat of February 15th. And we unfortunately were unable to read meters on the 15th because that was a week that we did have severe weather. And we read them on the 19th. And so that added 4 days to the cycle. We also are not doing any disconnects for past due balances, and we're automatically extending anybody who has an overdue balance to March 18th, which is adding 30 days to their due date. We'll also be using the February 2020 billing for winter sewer average collections because this cycle did have the additional 4 days. We did see that usage went up slightly, and if that's the case, we'll be using February 2020 data in place of February 21 data to calculate those winter averages. I can go to points. In addition to that, because there were more additional days, that could potentially cause somebody to move into the next tier. If they typically use 6,000 gallons and our tier changes at 7, if they use 7,500 because it was an additional 4 days, it would have given them the next tier. So we added an allowance for that by increasing those tiers by 25%, which is more than 4 days worth, obviously. So it would allow enough leeway so that it wouldn't throw somebody into the next tier, which is a higher rate, because we do have those elevated tiers. In addition to that, customers can still apply for leak adjustments through our normal process, except that we will be waiving the receipt requirement. Typically, if somebody has a leak and requires a plumber to come out and fix it, then we do offer a leak adjustment. They fill out a form online, provide some receipts, and we adjust their usage based on their average usage. And I think that's probably the bulk of it, but are there any questions related to the handling of the billing? At the end.
There, the third component is, as you know, we did have a water line break in City Hall. We had a damaged part, and then we had one in the men's changing room at the sports complex. Thank you, Kelly.
Well, good evening, everyone. Just so we have an update, when we discovered that, we first thing we did is start calling restoration companies, and as you can imagine, all of them were busy. Just kept getting, we would get to about 3 or 4 days. Finally got hold of one company. They told me that they possibly get out there today, and I said, okay, call me before you come. I'm gonna try to find other people. If I get anybody else before you, just know. First comes who's get the call. Crown Restoration said that they could come out right away. They jump off of another job, came to look at us, and those are the ones that we had doing the restorative work. Fortunately for us, without even knowing at the time, they're a local company. If you know that, they are Cibolo based, and they've been doing this. So we've had them out there. They've been making their estimates along with their insurance agent, adjuster, and their prices are coming about and mesh with one another for City Hall. We still have to go through the prices at Nimitz and at the sports complex, and there's a little bit of damage over at the bathroom at Schwaber, but not too extensive. So we have that happening, and typically they said they have about a 2 to 3 month turnaround as they're working with insurance, the way we're working with them, and their desire to get us back up and going as quickly as possible since they live in the city, they want to serve us well. They're saying about 3 weeks from this past Monday. So hopefully we're looking at another 2 weeks from this coming Friday, anticipating them being finished. They said, don't hold me to it, no guarantees, but that's their push and their desire. They already have new drywall up, and their goal this week is to finish the tape and float and to paint it, and the next week would be carpet and getting everything else back in line, get the back bathroom finished, all that kind of stuff. Any other questions you have about City Hall? And I'll move on before you.
Okay, we can talk about preparations a little bit. So some of the things the city staff did, so I send out, when we have severe weather events, I send out weather briefings to our staff members as I'm getting them from the National Weather Service. The purpose is that sometimes we need to be proactive instead of reactive. So when we knew the storm was coming and we knew they were predicting temperatures, originally it was no lower than 16 to 18 degrees. Our first thought is we need to start doing the P's. We got to protect the pipes, plants, and your pets. Well, we don't have a lot of pets except at the animal shelter, but we own a lot of pipes and we have a lot of plants. So the first thing Kelly does is start to evaluate where we need to start draining water, things like that. So that's the first thing we start doing, is taking water out of things that we can get water out of safely. Irrigation systems, making sure our backflow preventers are shut down and drained, because at 16 degrees, the brass backflow preventer is not going to survive overnight unless it's in a heated blanket. We don't have heat out in the middle of these parks. We have to take those, all those things got done in advance. Other staff members were working on making sure that for fire and police, they had their staffing correct. For us, we had to come up with a plan as that progressed into something much bigger than what we originally thought. We had to start figuring out how to run 24-hour operations, not for one day, but basically day after day after day, and how we were going to respond for roads, for buildings, and for streets, and for water. So those things are all in there. So you can see that, you know, preparations. We've been days before checking levels of potable water, as Chris talked about. Our water tanks, we keep them approximately 97 to 98% full always, unless there's a reason for them to be low for maintenance. And rather, we don't keep them all the way to the very top. We test ran all the diesel powered generators. We made sure we had enough fuel in all our vehicles. I want to keep growing. Key things we do in advance of this is we make sure all the vehicles that need to respond are full of fuel, not knowing if we're going to have a short-term power failure, and then in the middle of the night, you're trying to find fuel in the middle of the night. You start taking vehicles out of service, so everything gets fueled in advance to ensure we can respond. HVAC systems, Kelly went through and checked to make sure our City Hall and all the other buildings were working. We checked with the fire department, make sure their building was warm, police, their building was staying warm, those things. As I mentioned, checking on and weatherization of parks and facilities. They even went in as far as trying to drain some of the toilets, get as much of the water out of the toilets as it became apparent that this was going to be something above and beyond what we're used to seeing here. We can make a 24-degree night fairly easily because there's lights in the room. We can kind of keep it a little bit warm. When we start talking single digits day after day and no time over 32, it's a whole different animal to work with, and we're not normally winterized at those levels. And putting essential personnel on notice. So we immediately, when an event like this comes in, the first thing we do is we check who's going to be available what days and start to develop a list. So we have a recall list if we need it. And then once we went to total 24-hour operations, we broke public works into basically 3 8-hour shifts. So we always had at least a 4 to 5 man crew on 8 hours a day, starting on Saturday all the way through until Thursday evening. We were manned 24 hours a day because we were still responding to water main breaks or water service breaks at houses, frozen roads, having to close FM 1103 2 times because of ice and snow accumulation, which should be TxDOT's responsibility, but they're not coming, so we got to take care of those things. So all those things kind of go in there. We talked about improvements as part of our stuff, things we can do. As Mr. Herrera mentioned earlier, this basically was predicted to be approximately a 30 to 36-hour event. And started on Saturday, and when we got to Monday, then they're telling us it's going to freeze through Tuesday, then it's freezing through Wednesday, and then Thursday it's finally going to warm up. We went from what we thought would be 30 to 36 hours, turns into well over 120 hours of really tough weather for a system like ours. One of the things we ran into, we had to bring other emergency responders in from other localities because they had no heat and power. So at fire station number 1, they brought the EMS unit out of Marion. They were out of power, out of heat. They moved them into their firehouse because they have a generator, backup generator, so they have power and heat. For us, one of the things we don't have at Public Works right now is we don't have any generation. So when we lost power, our sector of town seemed to get longer power outages than other sectors of town. And our building is, it's not the kind of building you can keep real warm without any heat going on. We only have 2 electric heaters in the bays, and we have basically 1 air conditioner that heats the office area, which is just a heat pump. And when we were out without power for 4 hours on the stretch when it was in low teens. So we have to look at those things in the future, and how we harden those things, make sure staff members aren't left manning a station where it's 40 degrees inside of a building instead of 60 or 70. Next slide. I think, Mr. Herrera, if you want to cover some of the teamwork things that went on.
Thank you, Tim. So here, this particular slide here, the city reached out to our surrounding communities, Church, Green Valley, SUD. I don't know if we've reached out to Marion. We may not have. Maybe we need to check our list off. But just to exchange key information, who's your public works director, who's your police chief, who's your, who do we contact in the event of an emergency? The city implemented over the years to place standby generators at water plants and pumps and sanitary sewer lift stations. There's a huge benefit during the rolling brownouts. The generators were designed by bid choice when we went out to run for an extended period of time. So when we were without electricity on a regular basis, the generators kicked in and they kept our water system and our lift stations working well. And then Tim just mentioned the Church EMS came over. They were very thankful that they could come in and get out of the cold and I guess the wet.
So Mr. H mentioned the generators. So on Monday morning, due to the power challenges we were faced with, I made a command decision to pull all of the critical infrastructure for utilities off of the grid when we went to 100% generator power. The reason being is we struggle with restarting these pumps when they go off for 3 or 4 hours. Some of the pumps are running on variable frequency drives to regulate the speed they run out. They don't always run at the same speed. They can be slowed down or sped up depending on how they're working in reference to their efficiency. Those are not, they don't like being slammed off, like we turned the light switch off and killed all the power. They will not come back on automatically with the generator. They have a delay built in because they don't want to be starting and have the power switching back and forth or stuttering or being low voltage, so they wait. So to do that, we put all of our lift stations for sanitary sewer, all 4 of those were put on generator 100% of the time. We just let them run on there. 2 water plants, plant 3 at South Main Street, and then the plant on Cibolo Valley Drive was switched over to large generation, and we came off the grid completely. We actually disconnected us from the grid for 2 reasons. One, the grid wasn't reliable. The other thing was we use a lot of power at those pumps. When those pumps are run, it's not like a house. We're running 125, 150 horsepower pumps, sometimes 2 or 3 of those. That's eating the same as like 10 or 15 houses. So by coming off, we actually kind of gave back a little bit what we could. We ran on diesel. The diesel work rate, we were able to keep them refueled. If I may, one of the things we did find out that we were able to do is the people that own the pick and pack, the lady that manages the pick and pack here in town, she knew we needed diesel and she knew we needed it 24 hours a day. So what she did was she kept a rolling track of where they were running out of diesel at their stations and where they still had diesel. So when they ran out at the pick and pack on 1103 next to the AutoZone, she said, I don't have any more, but if you go here, they'll let you have diesel out of our pumps out of town if you go get diesel over here now. So we send our trucks over, fill our tanks back up and come back into town. We came and actually shared some fuel with one of the fire trucks because they had just come back from a call and needed fuel and their generator here was getting low. So we refilled them and then we went back and got more diesel and came back up. A collaborative effort to make sure all the infrastructure stayed running, not just my infrastructure. It's kind of a key component of how we see this. And we see it as one team, one fight. So we want to be sure we're there for everybody when we need to be there.
So in looking at some of the improvements, what we learned was from the staff operational point of view, our staff was working well with GEC and Canyon Regional Water Authority, as well as Green Valley SUD. So from an operation point of view, they were talking back and forth and they were making decisions. They were keeping my office informed. I was looking at my email accounts and I actually had like 81 emails over those 4 or 5 days, and of which I sent about 45 of them to the mayor and council. So you had a lot of emails from us coming out. But what we did not have was our PR person talking to the Green Valley SUD PR person. I don't even know if they had one operating. We could not get an answer from them as to their condition, when they thought the water was going to be raised to a point where they can start, lifting the ban notices. And so that was a real problem for us. And then another problem that we had was some of our residents were calling us to try to find out about Green Valley SUD, and they didn't see any answer. We just couldn't pass that on. We could say, we'll give you a link, we'll give you a number. Chances are they were not successful in getting their answers timely. I'm sure they did get some answers, but probably not as timely as they would like. And then when we put out our map showing the areas within the city of Cibolo that were on the notice of mobile water, citizens were calling and saying, well, what about, my subdivision? I'm right next door. They may have been in Green Valley SUD, but legally, we're told that we cannot post information about another water purveyor without having some kind of written authorization. So we're going to start working on that with Green Valley SUD. Another thing that we learned was our emergency management staff will need to work on a phone tree communication chain to ensure that updates are given to proper departments. We were able to send out an email, but that email system took about 3 hours to get out to all 7,500 people that said, please send me an email account. We have like 9,000 account customers. And so Chris has been tasked with looking at different types of systems that we can use. Probably going to be a mobile app, and he'll make a presentation at a later date about those mobile apps that he's looking at. There may have to be a small budget increase. I don't think there'll be much, but we're going to start looking at for this upcoming budget. So under communications, between the police, the fire, public works, our public relations office, and my office, I believe was good. Public Works remained in contact with Canyon Regional Water Authority operations staff and the City of Church management during this event. In fact, we wound up providing the City of Church with some rock that they could use in some of their bridges.
We provided 10 tons of chat rock, and they had run out. We had appropriated some chat rock from one of our construction sites. So we lent them 10 tons so they could continue to maintain their streets, which got them over the hump and kept them going during the event.
Yeah, utility billing office was able to send bulk notices to all utility billing customers who elected to give their email in our billing system. So if you didn't, when you got your account, if you didn't send information to me of an emergency event, then you did not receive the city's email. And so we're going to work with our PR office and try to get a new word out via the web, and whatever we can do to get people to check to see what we have. So the improvements, once again, utility billing system was really slow. Chris is looking at a better platform to get the message out. While we all met our legal requirements, we did not go into explanation of steps throughout the storm. One of the things that came real clear to me, talking to the mayor and talking to Mark and maybe Ted Gibbs, was, when we sent these notices, we didn't have a precursor or a preamble saying, hey, there's a chance we might go to a boil water notice. What does that mean? And how long is it going to stay? So we want to get ahead of the curve next time around, because we weren't ahead of it. All we were doing was posting information that was required by TCEQ requirements. And when you read those requirements, they're written as though something really bad is about to happen. And in our case, it wasn't that it was bad, but we were a regulatory rule that we had to meet. So we're going to try to get ahead of that next time. And we need to have better information flow from Green Valley. Water services may be affected. So what we like to do is after every event, we had a tabletop exercise where And Mayor actually gave me this suggestion about, sitting down, talk about the good things, talk about the bad things, what things we can do to improve on. And our EOC is going to have some additional tabletop drills, maybe some live drills, so we can kind of keep the staff in the process of understanding their roles. We did learn that the rolling power outages implemented by Green Valley caused severe problems for Cibolo's utility system. And that this could have been avoided if water suppliers, permitters are able to change ERCOT's position to include dedicated electrical circuits to city governments, public utility facilities. Well, I think that's been addressed. I think there's a lot of changes taking place at the PUC and with ERCOT. And the city bold notice map did not include defined Green Valley SUDs CCN within city limits. This led to some confusion with our residents, and future notices with other CCN outlines so residents to know who to contact. That was the last one.
I think that may be the last one. All staff is standing by, so if there are any questions that we can answer, if I don't know the answer, I'll learn somebody in who knows the answer.
I'd like to add that, I was hearing on Thursday that it'd be 9 degrees on Thursday. And I'm trying to stay positive, but we could have prevented City Hall from that damage had we turned the water off. I'm just gonna say that. We knew we've been having issues with that HVAC. We continue to have issues with that HVAC. We should have had the water at City Hall turned off. Because I knew Thursday that it was 9 degrees on Tuesday. And everybody knew that we weren't having, nobody in the office on Saturday. Nobody can be there Sunday, nobody can be there Monday. But I called Mr. H and said, hey, just let your staff know that, Tuesday looks like it's gonna be horrible weather. Let them know that maybe they might have to stay home. Because I had made that phone call. So we knew for 4 days, there's a great possibility that nobody's gonna be in the office. So we should have turned the water off at that time on Friday. I'm just saying, because now it's gonna cause, my concern with it is mold, possibly.
That's why we had the walls ripped out, so they.
I understand, but even still.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Even still, because I've got a father-in-law that he had 2 foot of water in his house behind Weiss, or the old, the Handy Andy, the 98 flood. And he still has issues with mold. They cut it up 3 feet in their walls, and they still have issues. So just because we cut it up 2 feet doesn't mean that we're not gonna have issues in the near future of mold. And that's my concern.
Just one. Actually, Councilman Gibson.
So you hit on it somewhat with communication plan and getting the other utilities engaged. I would expand that to have just a emergency communication plan or crisis communication plan put together so that the city is coordinating communication to all the citizens. And I know we've sent out some alerts. And I was sending out everything I could on Facebook as fast as I could, as fast as I got information. But it shouldn't have to rely on me being on my PC and happening to see something happen. So somebody should be in the PR department, should be responsible for hitting as many of the Facebook and Nextdoor sites as possible. Not only is it more efficient, but also the communication is standard. And the communication is the same for every part of the city about what's going on. And so when we have a crisis like this, or a crisis like the COVID, we need to have that in place so that everybody's getting as much information as they need in a timely fashion.
And all the same information.
Councilman Allen?
Okay, well, I'd like to thank staff for a great job they did, handling this unprecedented weather event that nobody could have seen coming, at least not how cold it got and how bad the extent of the damages were. I feel like that the city of Cibolo did a really good job in comparison to, I'll just say, because I was really impressed by the fact that we had the generators switched up, and, gassed up with diesel fuel. And we didn't miss a beat there as far as being able to pump the water that we did have. What really concerns me was CRWA and them not having proper generators to be able to pump the water to Shirts, to us, to GVSUD, their other governments, So the fact that we as a municipality have the foresight to gas up and have that alternative power, generator, in the system and have it working smoothly and efficiently for a 3 or 4 day time period when CRWA couldn't do that. So I feel like that they really dropped the ball on that. And that's really what caused a lot of the issues that caused our citizens to become frustrated. And they were frustrated because we ran out of water on Wednesday, 17th. Everything kind of came to a head on that Wednesday night. I could see the frustration boiling over, because they didn't know if the water was safe. They didn't have water. And so it wasn't just the city of Cibolo, but it was the GVSUD customers. They were even worse off than we were because they weren't getting any answers from anybody. Where are they at with their tests? Where are they at with their water pressure levels? Well, where's the PSI? When can they lift the boiler restriction? Just nothing. All they got was information about, well, we're going to be over here in the Marion office, in and out 5-gallon buckets of water that you got to fill too. And so, yeah, it was frustrating to everybody. And but I feel like city staff did a really good job of making the best of the situation with the resources we have. So I'd like to applaud city staff for doing a really good job of responding to a very challenging situation. And so I feel like, GDDC, at first I was very angry with them, but then I looked a little, way further upstream and I realized it's not their fault. It was ERCOT. So, when you look at the main catalyst for a lot of these problems.
So if I can give just a quick response to CRWA. CRWA applied for a hazard mitigation grant from the last FEMA event. I'm not sure which one it was, but I think it was flooding that happened in 18. There was it might have been that last hurricane that came through and kind of affected mostly Houston. But because it hit the southern half of Guadalupe County, we were technically in the damage zone. So everybody was able to apply for grants to come up with a viable reason. If I'm not mistaken, I can't remember whether it was $2 million or $3 million they asked for. It was generators because they didn't have generators. They had gotten so much larger over the last 5 years that they didn't have backup generation at some of the expansion at the plant south. Drawing a blank, sorry. The one that's on the Guadalupe Gonzales border, where all our water comes from, the majority of that water comes from there. That's a spread out area, so it's a huge area where the water is basically pumped out of the ground out of 13 different pumps spread over several hundred acres, and then it's all collected in one spot, put in a ground tank, and then it's filtered, it's treated, put in a ground tank, and then it's pumped onwards. So they know they have a generation problem. They knew that going in. And that was one of the challenges. When that station goes down, basically that's 55% of the water that comes to the Wagner booster tank over here. So when that starts dropping, now they're trying to parcel the water back and forth. The other issue is they've made some substantial changes to the plumbing in the Wagner booster station over the last 2 years. Specifically at the behest of the city, we wanted to be dedicated pumps to turn water to our water tanks instead of having to turn all the booster pumps on at that tank and raise the pressure for everybody to bring water to us when it goes to the elevated tank over the road. They have installed the valves and all the other pieces and parts, but the generators are not in place for that because they applied for them as part of that grant, didn't get them. Obviously, there'll be some soul searching on their part from CRWA's because essentially without that extra generation, as everybody knows, if they can't move the water from A to B, I can't put it in the tank, I can't give it to our customers, we run out of water. And that's not what anybody wants to have happen. I think they're embarrassed by where they're at. I think there's gonna be a lot of soul searching over there about why we couldn't keep producing water. We have generators at our treatment plants. Why can't we get the water moved? And I think that's what's gonna show up. Leicester is a booster station halfway between here and where the water plant is and basically Wells Ranch. And that place doesn't have any generators on it. So when it goes down, it goes down. you're not moving water. And they've been trying to put generators out here, but in case like ours, we're talking about generators that are in the $250,000 each or larger range to run the pump size of pumps we run. So it's a very expensive proposition to put them in. So those challenges are real. GDEC, they were faced with, just like you said, they were faced with the challenge they were faced with. They were mandated to start conserving power at any cost and do it quickly because the grid was going to collapse completely. Instead of us being 20% of us not having power at any given time, it's going to be all of us all the time. It's going to be much, much worse. As everybody's watching on the TV and all the things going on there, that train wreck is still occurring. And it's going to probably occur for another year with all the things going on with ERCOT and all those kind of changes.
So one of the things that we discussed, and I think this is going to be important because it will require an agreement between the city of Schertz and the city of Civil. We have all our eggs in one basket with Canyon Regional Water Authority. And this is the second time that they've had a major issue, not so much because of them, but Mother Nature, when the dam broke and they lost all that water. That was really, we were fortunate that we were able to survive that one. But the point I want to make is the city of Schertz and the city of Civil at one time had an interconnect fee where we could share water in the event of an emergency. In the past, there were some anger between the ex-mayors, and supposedly that got removed. Actually, it did get removed. The interconnect got removed. So, in talking with the city manager, and I know Ken and Rudy have talked with their engineer, we all think it's a good thing to go back and revisit and put that interconnect back in. Our water can be changed with each other. We both have the same type of system, so we can drink that water without causing any issues. And so that's going to be another thing that we're going to try to do. So we're not so heavily dependent. And please don't take this wrong, but sometimes things happen, and Canyon Regional Water Authority had some major hiccups during this event. And if we had that water in the city of Schertz, perhaps we would not have had to go to the moral water levels. We won't know, but maybe next time we'll find out.
And talking with Mayor Gutierrez, they never lost the pressure, so, but they've got their own pipeline at Breezy Springs, so.
And then Edwards water.
And Edwards as well, but yes, I think we did look at that.
They actually need to turn those Edwards wells on. And when they went up there, they turned out that there was no power to those wells, so they had to rent very large generators on an emergency basis to power those wells up as a backup to bring water into the system.
But the point is, we need to, since we have a good working relationship with Schertz, we need to see that here.
Well, and something else that we discussed, Mr. H, is I don't know if all of council knows or everybody knows that we do have a well in Bracken that is tapped into the Edwards Aquifer, and it states back everybody in the room. But that was in case of emergency, we could tap into a different water source. Well, we just had an emergency, so it might not be feasible to do something with that, but they're going to explore into seeing if that isolated piece of property is going to service any purpose in the future, because it already has a well on it. And from what I understand from Mr. Foose, it's not a certified well, but look at some different costs that perhaps we could do a water swap with a different entity. Maybe it's a garden, maybe it's insurance. But I wanted to let staff know, especially Public Works, you guys really did a tremendous job. And it's easy, when you watch the news, it's easy to point the finger and look at what's happened. But I think the harder thing is to come to a real realization of what we need to fix, no matter how many things that we did correct. We could do 97%, but strive to hit that last 3% and correct those. But I think the city of Cibolo is on the mark. I really do. In just the way we watched staff kind of rally and get us back on our feet, I think is a tremendous job to everybody here on staff and Mr. Herr, your entire team. So I want to thank you guys for that. Thank you for the presentation. Councilman Gibbs, you hit the nail on the head. I was gonna add an agenda item to streamline our communication, to get it in one basket. There's some things, I think the information was out there, but all the dots didn't connect, and I think something that I've learned from COVID is that, or we all have learned from COVID, but is the manner in which we get the message out. So if we know that emergency, who knows what the next emergency is gonna be? It might be an earthquake, right? We don't know. And so the maybe we have a process in place, with all of these, plus other ones that we're not even thinking about. We didn't even address Republic and then some of the other hurdles that we had, and get on a timeline and just say, hey, we're gonna, at 12 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 8 o'clock, we're gonna have a press release and streamline all that information, get it out to the citizens, and then kind of taper off of that, depending on the emergency, of course. But, do some things that we can learn from and not put it on a shelf, and be ready for the next one. I think that would be a huge accomplishment for our future residents here. I think it would be doing the city a huge favor by getting this process in place. It's not gonna be perfect, but while it's all fresh on our minds, I think that's something that we need to tackle. But again, very good presentation. I appreciate you all. And there's gonna be some things that come up that we don't see tonight. And we'll have to address, but I thank you all for especially the time that you put in, getting us back up on our feet.
We're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council, Mr. Herrera. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, you have any comments? I know you're listening at the door. You helped us with getting our news events out because Ms.
Was that you?
Yeah, sorry.
A lot of people love the stuff you were writing on this CSO.
In my opinion, we kind of had that perfect storm where PR was out and she was unable to do what she's trained and educated to do, and that's not me, but I tend to be a little pushy and jump in to make sure stuff gets taken care of. I was trying to be lighthearted. I obviously didn't know how severe it was gonna get, but once they started playing along, I kind of pulled with it. And I only had access to the city of Cibolo Facebook and website, so Chris got us on the website, and now we have a plan for backup. So we learned how to get into Nextdoor so we can help push that continually. We're worked with PD so we can help push through to make sure they're sharing the same message we are. And then Christine had a larger list of media contacts. So the first time we only sent it to 5 stations because that was the only list I could get a hold of. And then we moved to 13 stations when we took rescinded the Boyle notice. That went to 13 stations instead of the 5 stations. So having Christine back in pocket and being able to reach her was great.
And Christine also has a list of all the HOA presidents, which we're going to share with all her backup so that we could reach out to them as
Talked
well.
about putting it all on a shared drive so we'd have access to it. If for some reason we're not in the same location, we can't contact that. Now HOAs who have water bills, so if you had a pool or a landscape, and they would have gotten the emails that we pushed in the evenings. And so that was the first time we got to test our system, that billing system. And so that was a little slow, but we learned how to make it work. And we learned Bitly to make sure, so we would have a consistent website to go for. So it was just the team doing what we need to do. That's what they always do.
Well, I heard a lot of positive things about the updates you were writing, so people like your sense of humor.
I don't know who it was, it makes sense now.
And I can say, no problem calling me. It's 3 a.m. or 3 p.m. when she needs some information. No problem at all. Still call.
Yeah.
If I'm up, you're up. I do.
Anyway,
I probably just got a scanner so I can figure out who the problem is, because that was one of the things we discussed during debriefing, is making sure we had a clear line of communication. So Sooner now has a good way to push us forward to make sure that that emergency communication goes straight. I think we did a good job.
Mayor, thank you for your comments. Council, thank you for your positive comments. All the comments, whether it's criticism or not, this is how we learn. This is how we get better at what we're doing. Mayor, that concludes our report.
So, Maggie, are y'all going to be posting that about the bills?
I'm sorry, say again? Posting about the bills. We
About the
posted
next 4
yours.
days on, because my bill came back and I was $10 higher than it normally is.
I believe, I'll have to, on our note sheet, you put together, if people are put on the website.
Okay.
It's been a little hectic, people coming in already applying for their investment, and I
Discuss
haven't,
it the other day.
yeah, I haven't had a chance to track it.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item J, discussion for council members, seminars, meetings, whatnot. Councilman Hicks?
We're having a MPO, the meeting we had this morning, there was a lot of good information there. Total active cases, only 132, a total of 12,981 recovered, total of 188 deaths in Guadalupe County. We've been allocated close to 33,000 and we've given 16,000. Both shots were at 7,000, so that's about it. But
33,000 for the whole county.
yes, that's
We got a population.
well, but that's what we were given, but it isn't the county. We've got people from Bear County and all over the states coming in and taking a shot, but we were allocated 33,000 shots.
So the population was a little over 100.
Again, I want to, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, if, I don't know if it's been, how widely it's been disseminated to everybody during the news, the governor's order. We haven't discussed that yet tonight.
No.
Not on the agenda.
Say again?
Not on the agenda.
Well, but it's already in public, that's true. Maybe we should add. Darn you, big news.
Our watchdog.
I'll ask the governor.
Oh, one last thing, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I will be taking the role of the Guadalupe County AAMPO.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. As of last week, yes, sir. Congratulations, Councilman Hicks. And so we had the Northeast Partnership meeting, real quick snippet. The Bill Miller, Valius Miller came and spoke. It was very interesting. He's on the emergency staff for the governor on his cabinet because of the business that he owns. And 3009 is the most profitable, busiest Bill Miller's in town. So I don't know if I believe that. Just, you know, and I know we probably eat half of the food that there's, but another testament to our residents and how we frequent.
I heard he had some choice words during his
Yeah,
comments.
he was pretty cool, but yeah, so, you know, Cibolo is alive and well, and, so with that, I'll move on to, discussion on items, covered, or council, see on future agendas. Peggy, if you would have the emergency response item, and I'll work with, staff on getting kind of a template together on that.
Workshop.
P&Z council workshop.
The joint meeting. I'll get with Frank and Mr. Herrera on a timeline that they're gonna do. Any other future agenda items, the youth council? We need to look at setting a date for the youth council and inviting potential stakeholders and participants. Then later coming back to council to present it as a agenda item. Any other items?
Yeah, I had sent an email to Mr. H and Peggy to see whether or not somebody from GVSUD or potentially GVEC representative who works for those organizations could come and debrief us on what, you know, on the weather emergency. So I know it didn't make it on this agenda, so I'm assuming that they didn't respond or.
No, actually, I did not follow up. I followed up.
Okay.
I have the email. I do want to visit with GPC. I've been talking with Green Valley about some other things that we're trying to work out with them, and they just slipped my mind with Pat. So
yeah,
I'll get it. I'll see if I can get it the next week.
okay, that'd be great. So, you know, and just to preface it, I'm not looking to, you know, grill them or anything like that. I just want to hear their story, you know, like I want to hear GVEC talk about, you know, what happened with ERCOT, you know, what what's the future look like? How can we avoid this? You know,
And I think next steps, it's a big thing. What are we gonna do about it?
Yeah, how can we help each other? You know,
Yeah.
make it better.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any other future agenda items? No discussion on review confirmation, any special events, workshops. I know that on the 4th, on Thursday, we're gonna have another food bank drive up at Santikos on Thursday. So if you're interested in signing up or let your constituents know, Ruffles Food Bank is open for registration now. I know Councilman Hicks and Councilman Allen were present last time, and hope to see you guys there.
Well, no,
Several
I'll
staff
make it
members.
because I've got the
Charm meeting.
charm thing going 8 to 11. Thursday, or Wednesday and Thursday. Both days.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. On the, we did have the walkthrough for Trophy Oaks scheduled for Friday at 2:00. And they did call me and wanted to know if we wanted to go ahead and continue that, or do we want to push it back to maybe April timeframe where, you know, so I just need to know what council wants to.
What about the middle, end of March?
No. It's right now.
And Peggy, when we schedule, would it be possible to push it to later in the day, like around 4:30? And for those of us that work during the day?
Trying to do that.
We do it
So,
instead of April.
so
end of
what
March?
if I schedule it for the first part of sometime in April, first part of April, and do it on Friday, maybe around 4:00?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
And I'll get with, I'll call him back tomorrow.
Okay.
And I'll call him back when I'm over at church. I'm working at church tomorrow and Thursday, but I'll contact him while I'm over there and get back with him and let him know.
Yes, right.
Okay. Anything else?
We stay busy over there.
Since the council meeting for the night is canceled, we are going to put the CIP in on that date. So they know that they were gonna be on a standby for that date in case council did go ahead and cancel it. So they will have their the CIP meeting on the night. So we'll get that agenda out.
Where you're gonna have it here, or?
It is going to be virtual. It'll be a Zoom. We do have a virtual meeting going to happen in March also for the historic committee, because we have not had a meeting for several months now. So even though we don't have anything really pressing with that committee, we're going to go ahead and put together a Zoom meeting just to make sure that that committee knows that we're, you know, there's still a committee and that we're still looking at it, but it will be a Zoom meeting. I will send out that information to all the council for any of you that want to join that Zoom meeting, because we will have it on all our meetings. We always put a possible forum of council could be present for any of our meetings. We're also setting up a parks workshop scheduled for Saturday, probably the 20th of March. And that's also going to be a Zoom meeting. So I will also send that to all of the council if you want to listen in on the park Zoom meeting.
Sure.
All right.
Pardon?
Sure thing.
Shred Day, April 17th, is you've probably seen it on the marquees. We're getting a lot of phone calls on it. There is a flyer that we've got out, and I can send it to the council so that they, you can send it out and have your Facebook postings or Facebook pages that you make out. But Shred Day is from 8 to 12 or until the trucks get full. Last time we went through 3 trucks because they went ahead and brought another one out, but we're not gonna be able to do that this time. So who knows if we're gonna fill that truck up again. We will be advertising also that we will be accepting food items for the food bank at this meeting, this Shred Day also, and we'll take that food over to the food bank over in Sherman.
Very good. 13 adjournment.
Motion adjourned.
Second. In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
10:30.